Good afternoon. We are here for our town council meeting, but before we start at 6, we're going to do a work session on Green Team Community Composting Plan. So Sarah, I think you're up for that, and probably others.
Yeah, thank you, Council. I'm Sarah Nadonley with the Planning Department, and I'll introduce, this is Alyssa Rendell with Evergreen Zero Waste. And Alyssa will be available to answer any questions that you might have as well on composting in general. So just to start, maybe want to kick to the next slide, please? Just want to kind of frame this just to remind the Council of the overall composting goals and the goals for the proposed Green Team's 4-stage program. Is number 1 is to change habits around dealing with waste in Basalt, to keep the organic materials out of the landfill and to reduce harmful emissions, as well as help in meeting Basalt's climate action goals. Next slide, please. So Green Team has been working on this item since last year. It's been a topic of conversation for a while, and it first appeared officially on the Green Team agenda in November of 2023, and this being the item of community composting. In January, the Green Team opened a discussion of ways to move forward with a community composting plan. There's various discussion items, some listed, do we deal with, focus on multifamily or low middle income households or HOAs? How do we do education and outreach? What are ways to incentivize composting? Those kind of items. In February, the Green Team directed staff to have a community survey created around the topic of composting to better understand the current habits, barriers to composting, and people's perceptions around composting. The survey was bilingual, it was promoted through various channels, and we had it out there for at least 60 days. Can we go to the next slide, please? And this survey did help to form the Green Team's long-term plan for a community composting plan. And so I'll introduce this and then kind of back out of it. But to give you the overview, this is looked at as a 4-phased approach. Number 1 being public education and public events. These are the public-facing opportunities that we're really good at and the town's gotten even better at doing. For example, like the Earth Day celebration, the leaf drop, our holiday tree recycle, and our Bike to Work Day. This has been building and gaining momentum for years. It's an essential first step towards public awareness and the town leading by example. And so, number 1, phase 1, we are here. This is what we're already doing. Phase 2 moves into implementation, and this is habit formation. And so this is envisioned as a residential drop-off program for Town of Basalt residents. This is considered, envisioned as a pilot program and something that we would like to see go forward in providing additional opportunities for residential composting. Phase 3 builds on that momentum. Focused emission reduction. We're really getting at greater quantity. So we're looking at adding a yard waste drop-off site, and this gets at that larger scale amount of organic waste. And then finally, phase 4 is to devise and implement a commercial composting program in Basalt. Now, throughout all the phases, there's continued promotion of public awareness and education and outreach, and that's just one of those things that's just going to keep building and building through this process. Next slide, please. So what currently is available for options for composting in Basalt? There are residential home pickup services for a very modest monthly fee. There are annual programs that the town does subsidize and help participate in, which is the leaf drop, the annual community recycling event that we have every summer, and the holiday tree recycle. And there's also the drop-off at Pickens County landfill. Residents can do that free of charge for food waste. And so while the Green Team was trying to kind of focus down on where do we start, how do we start getting at this community composting program, we started looking at neighboring communities and beyond to see what is being supported. So just if you go to the next slide, what's happening in the Roaring Fork Valley, started looking with the city of Aspen. They have, Aspen has had the Rio Grande Recycling Center for ages there. What has been new in the last handful of years, they started offering food waste composting. There's a drop-off location. It's within a locked shed. residents take an informational quiz in order to receive access to the code that will let them into the shed. It also is a good way to provide some information as to what can and what cannot be composted, and to really get residents to be aware of what they might not really understand yet about composting. This started as a pilot program, but we're heading into, I think they're heading into their 3rd year now. So, they thought, we'll try this for a year, but it's been really successful. They've also added a grass and leaves yard waste bin that is not locked, that is just within the Rio Grande recycling area. So this has had a really great reported success. I first spoke with Aspen staff about this at the end of last year, and since then, just like recently, the users have nearly doubled. So we're at about 158 users currently, and they've had to increase the number of bins, and it's been a successful program. Next slide, please. Town of Snowmass Village also has a drop-off site for residential compost. It's at the Public Works facility on Owl Creek Road. This is that large compost container that roll off. It's free to the public. They also engage in an annual leaf drop event at the rodeo lot. Next slide, please. So we go to Carbondale. They utilize that public parking lot that's across from Town Hall. It's a couple blocks off of Main Street for their events. They are looking kind of more like what we have been doing. They have a yard waste drop. There goes from early spring to early fall, so they have a pretty robust drop program that Evergreen helps facilitate. They also do an autumn leaf drop program as well as a holiday tree drop. And lastly, if we can go to Glenwood Springs, they have created this recycling center that's off of 13th Street. It's a fenced, gated facility. It's got hours of operation. It includes a food waste compost bin. They do offer spring to early fall yard waste drop. They do an autumn leaf drop, and they do a holiday tree drop off. So they're kind of that next level, such as what Aspen is doing as well. If we go to the next one. So why are we proposing a drop-off location as this next phase? Well, first I want to, I might have missed a slide. I apologize.
Okay.
Can we go to the next slide real quick?
Yes.
Nope, I did miss a slide. Okay, we can just back it up. We have a proposed site for the location. The old Umbrella Roofing site is the proposed location. It has really great access, access off of Highway 82. It's a centralized location, and it also has that access through the site, the circulation through the site that would be really beneficial and prevent too many conflicts, I suppose, in that one location. The drop-off will provide a viable option for Basalt residents that do not get home pickup service. It is free, it eliminates that cost barrier, and it does offer an additional option. And like at the Aspen program, we'd be asking residents to sign up online so we can allow for that additional educational opportunity before being provided with any kind of door code. And so we go to the last one, please. And so this will be, again, just to remind you, the 4-phased approach. Step 1 is the public education and outreach, and that's being done in a great way with Basalt's annual community events. Step 2 is really kicking that habit formation off. We're really trying to build good habits with our residential pilot program. Step 3 is focusing on that additional quantity through adding yard waste composting. And step 4 is that more robust development of an implementation of a commercial compost program. And so with that, I was going to just see if Alyssa, if you wanted to add anything at this time, or Alyssa's also available for a little Q&A if you have any questions on composting programs.
Yeah, I definitely would like to be available for questions and answers. But I think all I would mention is that we've been offering compost service in Basalt for over a decade. All the schools participate. And so it is something that has been successful for hundreds of residences already, and have thousands of kids have been exposed to it. And I think that they, once the kids are exposed to it in elementary school, middle school, high school. Like, it's something that they sort of expect to continue, and they know that it's the right thing to do.
Well, thank you for that. And just coming to do this presentation, kind of digging deeper and double clicking into compost, because I know a lot of us had some questions. Okay, how do we do this right? And I think it's cool to see what other communities are doing. I was at Cresta Butte this week, and I saw that they have the thing locked in Town Park there, the bins and everything. So maybe they have the quiz for the code too, which is kind of a good idea. One question I guess I had, we had talked about what if we did, with the outcome being to incentivize people, like you were saying with the elementary kids, to do composting and to get a habit. We were saying, what if we give people a bucket for 3 months? Like, what do those costs look like? And then contrast that with the lower barrier to entry for us, but for people in the long run with having a drop site. Like, I'd like to kind of understand that a little better.
Well, those buckets, like after they're stickered, they're close to $25 to $30. So as far as giving them a bucket, when people do sign up for service, they are given that bucket. They don't have to pay anything extra for it.
I meant to, sorry, I wasn't clear. I meant if we gave them a bucket in 3 months of service, that's what I meant.
So I have an
So-
answer.
Like a promotional thing to try to stimulate people to sign up for composting at home.
As
The
far
cost of that
as
versus,
yeah, as far as like the business side of that, I would find that very cumbersome and probably annoying if people signed up and then didn't continue, and we continued to have to add them to our system, give them the bucket. You can't really reuse the buckets, except for give them away for like if people had theirs run over or something like that. Like, but you can't give them
breaks on the top.
right. Yeah, you just
Yeah.
like they're not going to be in good shape to give to somebody right away because they're going to have to be cleaned if they can be cleaned up enough. And then just adding them to like our admin side, and then have to maybe remove them from our admin side. Like, it sounds pretty cumbersome.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
So from the town perspective, the central location drop-off, so we have the cost of a shed, which we've priced out around $3,500. Monthly service to that singular location, assuming there's some growth from 1 bin to hopefully 3. Over the year, we're looking at $1,800, 1,800 plus the shed, so $6,000. To subsidize 3 months, let's say 3,000 households for 3 months, that's $180,000. So $180,000 is more than half of some of the aspects of the Green Team budget. So $6,000 or $180,000. And then we have on our side all of the administration work of just tracking who's getting it and working through this with them. So it's probably one of the many reasons why you don't see that happening in the other communities. It's just the trade-off there is another thing. I think one thing that was really interesting for me that I would love for you to talk about a little bit is the difference between the food compost reduction emissions and then the yard waste reduction emissions, and because that was new
Yard
knowledge
waste.
to me.
Second one, okay.
Would you be?
I don't have like the exact calculation for that, but I think that what you're maybe saying or showing is that, from our participants, like the 6.5 gallon bucket is sort of representative of like what a family might generate food waste wise per week. It's like it's a good size. It's going to accommodate a family in their food waste. But then if you start adding stuff like the yard waste, and that's why we allow for 1 additional container each week, yard waste is bulky. Like it's what is going to make up the majority, at least in the warmer months, of people's organics that they need to get rid of, And so we allow for that. We're I didn't find anybody else who's a private hauler in the state when we were looking at comparing our rates. I didn't find anybody else who accepted additional waste outside of the bucket. Like that was what they accepted, one bucket. And they were all more expensive than our current rate of $22 a month. So as far as, you know, saying like people sort of need, you know, might need like a 3-month credit to get them going, really, it is the most affordable program in the state offered by a private hauler like ourselves.
Yeah, I can't imagine it being cheaper in other circumstances.
And that's like on the Front Range where it's much easier to operate.
I mean, really, it's, you know, it's the cost of a burger across the street, you know, for a month of this service, which is, when you put it in that perspective, it's pretty easy to do.
How do people get there? I mean, so we are customers of Evergreen, I think, as Alyssa knows. But like, so I know how it works in our house. We have a bin right by our sink, and then we have the bins out on our deck, and we empty them, and then once we... For the residential pilot program, how do people get their compost from their kitchen sink to there? Are we giving out information on like, you need to go purchase these countertop compost, you know what I mean? Like, are they just putting it in buckets? How does that work?
Yeah, so we have we have an idea to have a giveaway for the first 100 buckets.
Okay.
In the city of Aspen, it's like, why reinvent the wheel, right? So they have these beautiful stainless steel buckets that we would, you know, well, we found them for $25, so we can do it too. But it would be easy to do the first 100, or if we want to do more as a giveaway to do that. One thing I don't know that we highlighted strongly enough in here is that the communities really right across the street from Umbrella Roofing site, on Original Road and in Aspen Junction, don't have access to the service because it's steep and hilly and all those things. So, you know, you automatically have those two neighborhoods that would be servicing that space. Besides anybody who, maybe you have single people that really aren't generating a whole bucket's worth to pay for $20 a month and might just want to, you know, ride their bike over and drop it off. We're expecting to catch a lot in that neighborhood.
Yeah, so we're going to be providing the countertop buckets to a certain extent.
I want to say also that when I was bringing my compost elsewhere before I signed up for service, I think, and this goes into the education piece of it, you know, you can put your stuff in a you know, I use those corn bags, right? They're bags that are made out of corn product, but you can put those in a paper bag. The paper bag can be composted. So it's not like you have to go out of your way to buy something very fancy and very, you know,
Well, I guess
specific.
I'm bringing it up as
Yeah.
like, I can see that as
Yeah.
being the hurdle.
It
Is
could be a
people are
hurdle,
like,
but-
I've got this food
Yeah.
on my plate.
Yeah.
How do I get it from point A to point B, B being the site at Umbrella?
And I think that's my point, is that I want to just
Yeah.
educate folks as
Yeah.
to how do you take it from point A to point B?
Right.
You know, if you don't want to do the sign up, how do you take it there?
I just want,
Can I stop for just 1 second? You said $180,000 to service how many people?
3 months for 3,000 households.
But that's if 3,000 people sign up. I think the likelihood of that is very small, right? Do you know how many current people in Basalt? I know you said, I was listening on the way in, sorry to drop my daughter off, but you said a couple hundred?
I would say 100. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't do a tally, but I would say in Basalt proper, a few hundred. Yeah.
few hundred.
Yeah.
I mean, I would still want to push for, if we did a 3-month and then it just turned into an auto charge, right? And then someone's going to have to call you to cancel. I feel like after 3 months, someone's going to be using it, notice it, and they're not going to call and cancel because it's the we've changed our whole way. We upgraded to the bigger thing because it's that much easier, especially with yard waste and everything. And we have some people up the street that can't use it, and then they'll throw it in ours because ours is never full. I do not think we're going to get 3,000 people. So I think you can still do both. We can budget now. You could do an email campaign, say, hey, sign up here. Like, would you do that for I know you said it was a back end problem, but if you're getting 100 to 200 more people, And then if it becomes a huge problem, I'll apologize to you profusely.
I think you can achieve that same logic with the community shed. Like that you're gonna give them a chance to try it, and it's free, and they're gonna hopefully have that same experience. If you're gonna do something individual, like a rebate would be the way to go. So like they're customers for a year, so it's not so wishy-washy up front. Like, you know, the business could count on business for like a year. We don't have to continuously like
So you have
add
to do
them
like
and
a,
subtract them or whatever. But
You can almost do a combination of the two, right? Do the residential drop program and then educate people, have them try it, and then maybe offer some kind of rebate to say, hey, if you liked this but you want to make it more convenient,
here's 3 months free, but you have to
here's
sign it for
a
a year.
rebate to then get a discounted, year with the home pickup option with Evergreen, if you live in an available area for home pickup.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's why Sarah was describing it as a pilot program. We kind of want to get something kicked off that we know we can bite off and staff, and once it gets some momentum going, then decide, kind of reevaluate where we are. Oh, this is great, we need more containers, or we're getting a lot of requests for yard waste there constantly, which would be a huge win, or I like this, but I want it at my house. Like, those would all be good things to learn. Right now, what we got from the survey was, is it gonna smell? Can I put it in my garden? We got kind of like really the basic information out of that, which told us we need to start with something really simple for people who aren't doing it, and then kind of add on as we go.
Yeah, I think I like the year and the rebate thing, because it does, I mean, transactionally, that is difficult. I guess I look at it in terms of we're trying to stimulate people one way or the other to compost, right? So if we did a bucket program, I think we'd have to do that. I think we'd have to cap it as like a certain number of people for budgetary reasons. And then see if it worked, right? See if those people continued and what was like the uptake after a year. And that would really tell you, like, from that like subscription standpoint, are they canceling, or are they keep going? Is it a good thing?
Yeah.
And then, I think you can do both, though. We'd have to figure out like what we could do from a budget perspective in order to
Yeah, and I think,
try something like that.
sorry about that. I think some of the reasons why we haven't come with that, the Green Team didn't bring that forward first, is that our neighboring communities said that it hasn't worked for them doing that. But they've all had continued growth in the centralized drop-off. But we could certainly try it, because we're Basalt and we're different.
But did they try that? Did they try a 3-month program or a?
They've tried different ways to entice groups, so. I mean, we could certainly do a combination. We can start this and then report back after a certain point and budget.
I just
I
still
don't know,
think, I
100
get
in.
it's helping people to do it, but I just still worry. There's a lot of people that do not want to put compost in their car, whether it's in a bucket or not, whether it's in a bag or
I
not.
think the thing is we're offering another option.
I
So
get it.
we're saying, hey, you might not know what's out there already. And there are 2 pickup options in town, but some people don't get pickup. The folks up in the hill, the Aspen Junction area, they don't get that option.
Yeah.
And so this kind of provides another option of saying,
I'm
so
not
we're just trying to
against this
cover all the
option.
Let me
bases.
get Rick. I think Rick wants to say
Well, I
something.
just wondered how many multifamily, like the Elk Run Villas and Columbines and Willits area, how many of those condominiumized multifamily buildings are serviced with a local or a central location, and then we do that.
well, I know that like Park Modern, they have
Park
7 buildings,
Uh-huh.
and they have a bin in each of the garages. So that's that's going to be a big jump right there. But and then like the Columbines, I don't think there is a ton. I don't know how many we would be missing. I don't know how many exist, but maybe like a half a dozen half a dozen
Well,
accounts, but then
But
a
maybe an
couple more.
opportunity for increased participation is this multifamily stuff.
Mhm.
We're looking at 3 projects right now. They're in the land use process. It could have some kind of a condition attached to them. you get people used to it. you
Yeah,
know?
so with, all that, and then I agree with multifamily. I think you're gonna get a lot of people participating. And you're probably going to get people who either have a smaller household, so they might not justify their own subscription, or, it might be even like a lower income situation too. So that is like hitting like maybe the demographics that would not normally have their own subscription. There is definitely some education that needs to be done with the HOA. Like everything that we're talking about, I just want you to remember, like, it does have to have people's buy-in.
Sure.
Whether it's the property manager for the HOA or in the residence, and then, it just, people have to know that,
Well,
I
HOA,
like the quiz and the code, the door code and everything she mentioned. Like, it's a really great way to make sure that people do their homework
right.
and they're going to
No,
participate responsibly. But
Yeah, we have Brush Creek Metro, and we have 2 common areas that have composting available at each location. And it's really popular because I get calls saying the compost is full.
right.
It's getting more popular. So I think these HOAs are an opportunity to hit a bigger audience. And they can create a rule that says, we're going to implement a pickup, solution to your compost and charge you in your dues and implement it, and, opt out if you want to, but this is a service that's going to be available to all the residents, and get engaged or not. It's up to you, but just going to see a charge on your bill. And it's not that much.
No, when you split it up amongst all the homeowners, it's a couple dollars.
$15 or something, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where would that fit along, like, kind of that continuum of the long-term plan, right? Because right now, again, we're trying to, public education events and habit formation, stuff like that, right? At some point, though, I mean, you go to a city in Europe, like every block of apartments, there's the compost thing with the glass and it's all there. And that's, we got to crawl and walk before we run.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of where would that fit on that continuum of the long-term plan?
The green team did very much explore, when we were really spitballing the ideas, it was like, do we start with multifamily? We had some ideas of like possibility of providing future grants for HOAs and ways to get things started. So these are definitely conversation points that have all been discussed and explored. But like you're saying, Dave, it was kind of like you start, you learn to crawl and then before you walk, right? And so, I'm not really sure, Michelle, if I'm speaking out of turn, if this is something that we would roll into like the commercial multifamily is the way I'm thinking of it as a phase 4 thing, because we're in phase 1. We're doing those things really, really well, right? And so we're starting to build up, and we got to start with that next phase. And that next phase is that habit formation phase. And it doesn't have to be, a huge thing. It has to be just the next logical step. And so I feel like that to me is a phase 4 thing, that it rolls into commercial.
Okay, because Rick's right, we got to get
Yeah.
to that point. And I think those could be some good conditions to kind of set that stuff up. And so
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we're pushing hard on fire mitigation, which is another form of waste that you can get rid of on site, or you can haul it off. And the other thing I've noticed too is just the uptick in landscaping services that are in our town right now. That, a lot of people are getting their lawns mowed and all that stuff's getting hauled off to somewhere, landfill probably.
I think right now we would, like with our residential leaf drop and our annual community recycling event, we want to make sure that this is a residential program first and foremost. We don't necessarily want to be taking on, somebody's commercial
Okay, so
waste. But I think that's something that's valid that we need to figure out how to point in the right direction.
okay.
So I know we're getting near the top of the hour in the regular meeting and dinner and all that stuff. Next steps, so we're looking, I guess kind of a recap, we're going to do the drop at Umbrella, and you guys are going to kind of look into a guardrailed bucket trial program.
Yeah.
Consider that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the first step is to get that centralized location up and running and get that smoothed out, and then we can figure out a cap and look at a budget number that'll work. And probably more of a rebate thing, because I don't think between the two of us, we have any more staff to do 3 months and all of the things that come along with that, but yeah, we'll work the details out.
It is a short duration for any kind of subscription service, especially with physical stuff, not software.
I'd like to mention like the drop off. Another reason it's so great that we had, for example, up on Wild Spring Lane, we had a customer there for 2 years. Like we're like, okay, we'll take you on. People will see our trucks, people will see your buckets, they're gonna sign up, and nobody ever did. So like that's like the type of situation where, yeah, we had to call it. Like it was just too pricey and too time consuming, and plus it's like not a great road to drive in the winter with a big truck and to try to turn around. Yeah, so like that's the type of place that is going to benefit from a drop off. And also, you know, just it's not like we didn't want to serve them, but it just made no sense to have one house up there for 2 years and nobody else join them, you know. So I think that that's going to be a great feature for when people call and they live up the frying pan. I get call, you know, like maybe like once every 4 months, somebody up the frying pan. So there's not like a huge population for me to expand up there, but at least we'll be able to say, no, we can't offer you curbside service every week, but this is what you can do.
Yeah, when you come down to go to City Market, you can stop by.
Yeah, and then, you know, people who are going to be making this trip, they really don't need a special container, because I'm guessing once you put that compost in the car, that's going to be the first place you go. You know, so, you know, the buckets are great because they do have like that gasket seal that we have. So a cheaper bucket would be great, but also the city of Aspen, they do a smaller one. I think it's like closer to 3 gallons or something like that, which does have the gasket seal. So that could be an option, and it, yeah, would be cheaper.
Yeah, I was more referring to just like literally the countertop
Mhm.
bucket, with the little green lid that we have, you know, just something that you're scraping your food into instead of the trash can.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's the first stop.
No, that's what I mean.
You
Like,
know?
that's
Yeah.
literally the first stop. Is that I think
Yeah.
for me that would be the hurdle. I'd be like, well, what do I do with this food?
Mhm.
So that's it.
I think one other thing I'd be interested in as we look at different green team programs is how much carbon we're preventing through each program. So if we're spending $500 on an e-bike rebate and we're thinking about $60 for a 3-month trial for someone, and that $60 means that it's processed, 12, 16 miles down the road, like which saves more carbon, and where can we make our dollars go the furthest for climate action? Yeah. so-
Including for the buckets, because I mean,
Yes.
that's why I think it's important, I'll say it again, to have the tracking thing so we can count cars that come into the lot to do the drops.
When you know the codes, how many codes go out, so you'll know individual users.
Yeah, if it's that kind of.
Does everyone get a different code, or is it just one
No.
code?
I talked to Aspen about that and how they're, you know, if there was any learning curve and success, you know, what didn't work, you know, and they said no, that it's been managed very well. People are self-managing very well. They're not getting people that are just dropping randomly. They're not getting trash, you know, and that they've had a good report. So I feel like, because that was my first thing, is everybody, do we have to have like 12 codes out there? What is the situation, you know? And it's like, no, it's just compost. People aren't really looking to go hog wild, take advantage, you know, it's people are doing the thing.
But we'll have a track as people sign up and ask for the code.
Absolutely.
But it would be good to get the actual counts of cars coming in and like, because I mean, to your point, Anna, like, and you're like, okay, when you figure out what an average load is, you can do some nice calculations on like, what are we actually achieving, especially for the cost and all that, so it'd be cool. I think we probably should take a quick break here before the regular meeting. Thank you,
Yeah.
or both for
Thank you.
putting this all together, and glad we had the conversation.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you very much.
We will be back momentarily for our regular meeting. I'm going to step out here for a minute. All right, good evening and welcome back. Sorry we're running a little late. We had a Green Team Community Composting Plan work session prior to this that ran a little long, but here we are. So I will go ahead and call the meeting to order in a moment. Before I do that, as people are coming back in, just go through the reminders on a couple things. So if you want to access the meeting online so you can interact online and do comments and all of that there, you can go to basalt.net, you click on agendas and meeting and minutes tab, and from there just pick on the September 24th packet, open it up, and you'll see the Zoom instructions there. And that's how you can join up there. So with that, Pam, I'll have you call the roll, please, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. Let's begin with Angèle Dupré-Bouchard,
Present.
Ryan Slack,
Here.
David Knight,
Here.
Dieter Schindler,
Here.
Rick Stevens,
Here.
perfect timing, Hannah Berman,
Here.
and Angela Anderson.
Here.
Perfect. The A-team is present, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. Next up, we have our consent agenda. So I'll go through what's on that. We have item 2A, minutes from September 10th, 2024. Item 2B, resolution number 38, series of 2024, approving a school resource officer agreement with Roaring Fork School District, RE1. And then item 2C, reappointment of Planning and Zoning Commission member, reappointment of Bill Marin to P&Z for a 3-year term to expire September 24th, 2027. And Bill, thank you for all your work, your tireless work since 1998, I believe. Is that correct? Yes, 98, yes. So thanks for coming out tonight. We just have you on the consent agenda, so we're going to send it through fast.
Thank you guys for letting me serve.
Yeah, we appreciate it. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you very much. Next up, we have item 3, call to the public. And we do have some public hearings on the agenda tonight for some other topics. Just want to remind everybody, if you want your comments considered for those items, you need to make those comments for those specific public hearings. But besides that, please limit comments to 3 minutes and address your comments directly to me. Identify yourself by name and address when making comments, and make sure you sign in the back. Comments should be courteous, civil, and constructive, and we will make no decision or take action except to direct Ryan. And with that, I will open it up to public comments. All right, anybody online?
If you're online and would like to make comments to the town council, please raise your hand.
Sounds like no.
Are these comments concerning the agenda?
No, these comments will be things that aren't on the agenda for tonight. So if you're looking at something on the agenda, hang tight. All right, so let's move on to mayor and council reports and comments.
I want to say that I attended the RAFTA board meeting a couple weeks ago, and just wanted to kind of make everybody aware, if you didn't see it in the paper, that they received a $15.5 million grant from the state of Colorado, which will replace 10 diesel buses with 8 electric, and the infrastructure to charge on both ends of their transportation, which is a pretty cool deal.
Thanks for that. Any other comments? I don't have any either, so.
I have one. So, Michelle can correct me, this week or last week, West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition had their first successful home purchase in their Good Deeds program. So I just wanted to give a shout out to April and the team there, which is really just April, because it's really an amazing accomplishment, and we look forward to a lot more happy stories like the one we just saw from them.
Good comment, yeah.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
I had lunch with Evan yesterday, and learned more about this. So, the way it works is the person selling their home and moving, or are they getting cash payout for a deed restriction, and then when they sell, it's sold as an RO? How does it?
I'll let Michelle speak to the specifics of it, but in this particular case, it was one person that sold their home to another person, and with that sale, added a
Deed
permanent
restricted?
deed restriction to that property.
Can you add a deed restriction before you move out?
Not with the West Mountain Regional Housing Program.
So it has to be a real estate transaction?
Yeah, they're doing it through transactions only.
Okay.
Yep,
And we're looking at potentially the other way. That's what we're exploring.
true.
So the during, which would be complementary if we can figure it out.
For the way that we're looking at it is for people that are occupying the home and
Yeah.
perhaps intend to continue occupying the home versus, in this case, the person purchasing the home had their purchase subsidized in exchange for
For placing a deed.
Right.
the deed, yeah.
So there is a future-oriented potential too.
Yep.
All right, I will turn it over to Ryan for manager's report.
I do not have a report for you today.
All right, we're catching up.
Yep.
We're just about on schedule. So, next item up, we have the presentations. This is item 6A, CC4CA presentation, Colorado Communities for Climate Action, if you don't know. And you have Jacob here visiting, and then Sarah. So welcome.
Good evening.
Hello. Just introduce us quickly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think most of you are probably familiar with CC4CA, which is the acronym for the Colorado Communities for Climate Action. We have Jacob Smith here tonight. He is Executive Director of CC4CA. Just to give you some framing for those of you who might not know, CC4CA is a coalition of local governments that advocate for issues related to climate policy at the state level. Basalt has been a member since 2017. We were actually a pretty early member. I think we were about the 14th, and it's now grown to 43 total members across the state. It represents about a quarter of the state's entire population, which is pretty impressive. I have added with your packet items the 23-24 CC4CA policy statement that is adopted every other year. It is the guiding document that guides the organization as to what kind of activity they will be supporting or not supporting. That is adopted every other year by full member consensus. And I'm going to kick it over to Jacob to provide you with some information about the organization and the accomplishments that have happened within this last year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mayor, council, staff, it's great to see y'all. And are you the
Yeah,
controller? Got
just
it.
give me that
Cool,
thumbs
you
up.
can advance it. Well, thank you. Well, I know many of you, but not all of you, and some of you are newer to council since the last time I was up here, so it seemed like a good opportunity to just give you some background on what we are and what we do. And then for those of you that have been around and remember us, it's more of a refresher. And then talk a little bit about the last legislative session, what happened, some of those highlights, and then and some of the regulatory activity over the past year or so. And then looking forward to the next year or so, what we expect to see in the legislative session in 2025 and some of the other big policy efforts that we expect to see that are all related to climate. So CC4CA itself is a coalition of local governments, as Sarah said, 43 counties and munis across the state. And we exist for the sole purpose of advocating on behalf of our members for stronger statewide climate policy, as well as a little bit on the federal side, and we do a little bit of capacity building, supporting our members in their own climate advocacy, climate policy work at the local level. But we really are, purpose-built to represent local governments in the climate policy arena. And as Sarah said, it was a small group of jurisdictions, and Basalt was really early in that basically had the insight that as an individual jurisdiction, when you're testifying at the legislature, for example, nobody cares what you think, even though you're an elected official, unless it's your state rep or your state senator. None of the other legislators care what anybody who's not in district for them thinks. But if a bunch of jurisdictions get together and speak with one voice, the impact is very different than a single individual community like a Basalt asking legislators to vote a certain way or asking the regulators to adopt rules that do a certain thing. And that's played out. We've grown every year, and we had more impact every year. We've been able to, we've produced a lot of impacts on policy specifically, but then also finding ways constantly to provide additional benefits to our members. And then our reputation at the Capitol in particular and with the regulatory agencies, so the executive branch at the state level, continues to grow, partly because we continue to grow and have the impact we're having, and that all kind of feeds on itself. So we end up having meetings earlier with legislators and earlier with the governor's office than we might have 5 years ago about policy ideas, because they recognize CC4CA as an important voice, particularly from the local government vantage. So that's what we are, and I'm happy to talk about more about any of those things. And then just very briefly, I'll mention we do workshops and briefings and trainings and resources for our members, and provide support to you if you all ever want to testify at the Capitol or at these rulemaking hearings or any of those things as well. Next slide. Thank you. This is the membership list. Winter Park is our most recent member. They joined a few months back, just before our annual meeting back in June. And like I said, we grow every year. We continue to grow. I think we'll end up with one or two more new members this year and more next year. And I think the growth is largely because local communities more and more across the state are experiencing real impacts from climate change. Climate change is having real fiscal impacts on local governments, quality of life impacts, impacts to your ability to provide basic services. The warmer the winters, the more freeze thaws, the more road damage local governments have to deal with. If there's a fire upriver from where your community is, you might not have had anything to do with the fire, but you're downriver, which means at some point there's a risk of erosion and mudslides and debris flows and a whole bunch of sediment that now your water treatment facility, or if it's a special district, that local government has to deal with. And nobody's helping these governments deal with those costs. They're very real. And I think that awareness continues to grow. And then the politics around climate, not everywhere, but in general, like Winter Park is a good example, they're just continue to slide a little bit in the direction of, oh, this is a real problem that we have an obligation to take seriously. And that ultimately for our members leads to becoming a member and then sticking around as a member. Next slide. We're organized like a very typical nonprofit, board of directors and a few committees. The weird thing maybe is that every jurisdiction has a seat on the board, so we have a 43-member board of directors, which on paper sounds insane. And then when I tell you a lot of our decisions have to be made by consensus, it sounds insane squared. And they're not just 43 members, but they're 43 individuals who each represent a jurisdiction. So on paper, that sounds crazy. In practice, it's the most functional nonprofit I've ever run or been part of. And I think that's partly because we're purpose-built and you only join if you're aligned on policy goals. Partly because we put a lot of effort into making sure we create space for the relationships between our members. And so the annual retreat, which some of you have been able to go to, is a good example of where folks from communities all over the state are in one place in real life at a time, working through what's our strategy and what are our goals for the next 12 months and building the relationships and sharing ideas. And those things, I think, all partly then have the result of a working relationship and rapport that lets us operate effectively despite how crazy it looks on paper. I'll mention also here, we can plug, you guys I know have specific members of your council that are appointed to specific roles. We welcome any participation from anybody, so just know that we're happy to plug more folks in from the staff or elected side to whatever extent you all would like to. Next slide. I won't talk about all these, but I'm happy to go in to talk more about anything I skip over, but a few of them I wanted to call out. That first one, budget constraints, it's a familiar theme for legislative sessions. This past session had more budget constraints than we're used to, at least for the last several years. And what that meant was bills that had a price tag. In legislativese, we call it a fiscal note. If it had a cost to the state, it was very difficult to pass. And we did pass some, but that when the budget's tight, understandably, it's a lot harder to pass bills that are then going to take money away from something else or compete for limited dollars. And I mentioned that one partly because this next session is going to be a lot worse than last session was. I'm sure you all are seeing seeing the predictions about Tabor refunds and the just general state of the state's budget. And the expectation is the available funding, general fund funding for discretionary programs across the state is going to be a lot less even than last year. So budget limitations will continue, we suspect, to be a major dynamic shaping what happens at the Capitol. That third item, I know you all certainly know this from the SB 213 fight. That was the land use bill last year. This governor has been more hands-on in the legislature than any governor, certainly in recent memory. He and his team are very aggressive and very assertive. They have a legislative vision and they insert themselves legislatively to drive that vision in a way that's just not uncharacteristic of that role. And the SB 213 fight last year was a good example of that, where the governor had his own vision for what land use rules should look like in the balance between local authorities and state authorities, and he aggressively ran a legislative agenda to try and get that. I mention that because there's still a lot of legislators who that creates tension for. They're not used to and don't like the governor being that involved. The governor has a very clear agenda on a lot of issues, and sometimes that's beneficial on climate because the governor is an advocate for a lot of the climate policies we care about, and sometimes it's like land use, it's not. It's really unhelpful. So that will continue to be a dynamic. We have no indication that he will have anything other than the same kind of mode, and we'll just continue to do the work we do, but know that what the governor wants is likely to be more relevant than, say, previous governors. And I mentioned 213 already, but I'll just say, even though that was last year, this year, the acrimony that fight last year sparked over whether the state could essentially preempt a whole bunch of currently local authorities on land use, that left a really sour taste, certainly for a lot of legislators and certainly for local government. So that kind of echo lingered through the session and probably diminishes over the next several years, but it's real, and that's also part of the dynamic. Next slide, please. Anita Seitz is our advocacy director, and I asked her, and she is the point person on our legislative work, and I asked her, can you sum up the legislative session back in June in a few words? And she said, better than expected. Because 2 weeks prior to that, we thought everything that we cared about, or almost everything, was going to die. This was one of those sessions where almost everything consequential on climate got bottled up at the very end, and in a flush of bills, we got a bunch of stuff done that might not have happened, but for just the pieces all landing the right way at the right time. So Anita put that slide together, the good, the bad, and the less ugly, because we were really expecting it to not look very good. But it turned out to be a decent session on climate. And we can jump this slide. This is just the topic areas that they focused on. I'll mention just a few of the numbers to give you a sense of what CC4CA does there. 705 bills introduced in the session, and we did a careful evaluation of 78 of those because they had some kind of potential nexus to climate and local government, or climate local government specific. And of those, we ended up taking positions on 61 and actively engaged in about half of those. We will often take positions that we then, our level of engagement varies by the bill. How important is it? How much work is it going to be? What's the political cost? Who are the allies lining up for and against? And so we prioritize, just like you would expect, among the 61 bills we take a position on. Some we just take a position and that's all we do. And that means something. We have to register the position, and the legislators know who supports and opposes what. And then increasingly intensive engagement. So about half the bills we engaged pretty hands-on. And next slide, please. Of those bills that we engaged on in a more substantive way, we got the outcome we wanted, or at least a good partial piece of the outcome we wanted in almost every instance, which is what this slide is showing. A favorable or partially favorable will result in almost every bill that we worked on. It's an indicator that we're getting stuff done at the Capitol. That's an easy one. What we care about is getting the right bills passed, so this is not our most important metric. It matters that we get bills passed, but what we care about is actual outcomes. In the next slide, if you don't mind, can talk a little bit about some of those outcomes. Again, I'll just hit a couple of these, but happy to talk about any. The Extended Producer Responsibility Program, somewhat relevant to the compost conversation you were having a little bit ago. This is the program that the state legislature adopted 2 years ago that creates a fee on packaging, basically, charged to producers upstream. So the producer will be charged a fee based on the environmental footprint of the packaging choices. The idea is to internalize environmental costs that have always been externalized. So those choices now, there's market reasons, like direct cost reasons to pick more environmentally sound packaging. And then all that money will get, except for the part that goes to run the program, will get flipped out to local governments and residents across the state to pay for their recycling programs. The idea is that this should generate enough revenue, that's the intent of the program, that recycling is free for every residential in Colorado. The idea is your recycling should be as easy and as effective as your trash hauling. And so that program passed 2 years ago, lots of steps along the way to get it to where it's actually running. It's supposed to launch in early 2026. And in this ledge session, we had a really key moment where we had to go back to the legislature and the Joint Budget Committee, which is this committee of both the Senate and House and Republicans and Democrats, and they are particularly powerful, and get their sign off on it, and we did. So that was a crucial milestone in the process, and the result will be within a couple of years or so. I don't remember if you all pay for recycling or if your residents do, but it will either reimburse the local governments who are paying for it, or it will reimburse residents or just pay for it for those residents, so the residents are getting all their recycling service for free. And then the other one I wanted to mention is that EV charging permitting. It's a good example of a bill where the original bill was pretty problematic from a local government climate perspective. This was SB 213 last year. The vision was the state will just take a whole bunch of local authority and take it for itself. Their approach this year was to break it up into smaller bills, and did that with smaller pieces. This was one of those. The bill, depending on the final language, ultimately, if it had it passed the way they hoped it would have basically said, okay, fine, local government, you can have your EV permitting system, whatever you want, but if you don't approve the permit or respond to the permit, process the permit within a certain number of days, then we're going to deem the permit having been issued. So it was basically forcing a time frame on local governments, independent of what else might you have in your pipeline. And maybe you have things in your pipeline that are even more important from a climate perspective even. And what are the limitations? Is it really that the local governments are stalling, or is it a staffing issue because local governments, particularly smaller ones, have really small staffs and so on? We were able to adapt that into, it doesn't have any mandates on local governments. It will basically provide additional resources and help coordinate across agencies and do some things that should make it easier for the state to continue to implement its statewide charging system plan, and to make it easier for local governments to do the same and tap into that plan and access resources to do so. So that is a good example of where the win might have been a better bill that actually helped local governments in a much more the big win in a substantial way, deploy EV charging stations faster and more comprehensively than we are. But we were able to take a bill that would have been pretty harmful, I think, for local governments, and make it into a bill that is at least benign, and I think will have at least some modest benefits. And there were a lot of bills like that in this past session. Next slide, please. On the regulatory side, a ton of activity as well. Again, I won't go into all these because you don't want me to talk for that long, understandably, but I'll mention a couple, and happy to talk about any in more depth again. That advancing clean cars and clean trucks, I'll mention both of those as one. We've had a number of rulemakings in the past several years that were all oriented at opening up the market for EVs, making it easier for people to find EVs that fit their needs, making it easier to buy EVs. 3 years ago, if you lived, I don't know what it was like in Basalt specifically, but in most parts of Colorado that weren't the Front Range, the dealers, if they had any EVs at all, didn't have very many, probably only had 1 or 2 models, and didn't really care if they sold you the EVs or not. That was pervasive across the state. These rulemakings changed some of the rules that apply to the manufacturers, the result of which is a whole bunch more models and vehicles and dealers that actually have to sell EVs. There has to be a portion of the fleet that they sell, and the result has been we hope, was stimulating the market for EVs and making it easier for people to find EVs that fit their needs. So if you want an EV, the odds of you being able to buy one that works for you are a lot higher than they were even 3 years ago. Same thing on clean trucks. Trucks is a really hard problem, particularly the larger trucks, but there's a lot of advances in different kinds of fuels and its electricity storage systems, and particularly in the mid-sized trucks is the biggest opportunity, and particularly for trucks that work local fleets. We know the technology's there, and these are rules that are going to help push the industry to adopt and expand and make it easier to make those investments. The other one I'll mention really quickly is that second from the bottom, the IRA and BIL. This is, in years past, we've only done a little bit federal, where there might have been a bill that a member of the Colorado delegation was going to be really central on, so we could tap our members to reach out and help shape, like actually passage of IRA and BIL in the first place. Senator Hickenlooper played this ultimately a really key role in convincing Senator Manchin to support the packages. And we had put a lot of effort, our members, you all, had put a lot of effort into letting Senator Hickenlooper know that was a priority. It was really important to us that those bills pass because of the amount of money that would flow. So that's a good example, but as a result of those bills passing, there is now a huge amount of money flowing, so much that local governments in Colorado are having trouble figuring out what they're even eligible for and how to apply for them. So we created this federal funding concierge program, which is basically a person on our team whose job is help all of our members find federal grants, particularly those funded through IRA and BIL, but not exclusively, that are have some kind of climate nexus, that are a good fit for our members that want to go find federal money, and then help provide the resources to submit applications. And then we've been doing a lot of work also supporting applications that have been submitted by the state of Colorado and by local governments. And you may have seen just a week and a half ago, I think, we're going to see hundreds of millions flow into Colorado now for electric co-ops to invest in converting from the dirtiest forms of power generation. And that was a piece of what we had worked on. So I flagged that just because that's a resource available to you. I think your staff knows that, but just to know that has become a huge activity federally, because there's so much money and so much opportunity for local governments to access resources that just didn't exist a few years ago. Next slide. And then just a few thoughts about what's coming up. The legislative session for sure in 2025, I've mentioned that already. What that looks like will depend a lot on what happens in the election. Democrats are very likely to keep control of both chambers in Colorado, but they right now have a supermajority in one, and they could either lose that or get a supermajority in both, and that will have a big effect on their relationship with the governor, who frequently threatens to veto bills he doesn't like, even climate bills. And so that's going to have a big effect, I think, on what the session looks like. The budget, obviously, talked about that. So the leg session is going to be, it's hard to predict exactly how much opportunity there will be to advance climate policy opportunities, but we will push everything forward that we can under whatever the landscape looks like. And then there are a bunch of these either rulemakings or other processes that they're not regulatory, but they'll have effects. Like the microgrid roadmap is a good example. This is the state trying to lay out, here's our vision. This is the governor's office vision for microgrids across the state, and then build programs to support that, which is can be potentially really powerful for local governments, because the microgrids end up being, where you want to at least, this core part of local government resilience to natural disasters, to plugging into emergency services and long-term recovery needs when there have been big impacts from disasters or other kinds of sustained impacts. And so that microgrid roadmap is a really good example where the state does a good job. It's a value add for you all, because it lays out where the resources are going to go, and it helps you figure out where what you want to do might fit in with where the state's going, and leverage the vision and the direction and the resources. And if they do it poorly, then it's just a waste of government money and time. And so that's a good example. It's not regulatory, but it's consequential. And then I'll mention really quickly, one last thing is there's a pile of rulemakings around oil and gas drilling. And I mention it because this is an interesting example where a big part of why we work on those is there are direct impacts to communities that are in the midst of drilling. And a lot of our members are, but many of our members aren't. And so if we succeed in scaling back ozone levels on the Front Range, you won't necessarily benefit in the Roaring Fork Valley from the health effects of lower ozone. But ozone is a greenhouse gas. The ozone precursors, the gases that get emitted that become ozone, nitrous oxides, for example, they are greenhouse gases. And when they're emitted, they're almost always emitted with a bunch of other greenhouse gases. So whenever we're successful on Front Range, like ozone regulation, it almost always has a significant benefit from a greenhouse gas standpoint, which is everybody in the state. So those are a couple of other examples. And next slide. I'll just underscore, we are happy to help you in any way we can. A lot of what we do is just plugging you all in. I'd say most fundamentally, CC4CA is amplifying the voices of local governments in these venues where they're really powerful, really impactful, and doing it at the right time in the right way to shape policy outcomes at the state level. By virtue of your titles, you have a weight, your voice carries a weight that means something in those venues. And our job is to make sure we're amplifying it in just the right way to have the most effect possible so that your role as a local government representative is actually shaping what the state decides to do on things that affect you. I will stop there. I am happy to answer any questions. I hope I did not go too long, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you. What questions do you all have?
Since I sit on the CC4CA committee, I just wanted to say thank you. You guys set a gold standard for elevating the voices of towns like ours at the state level on climate policy. And now that federally the big climate bill has passed, it's on states and municipalities to create climate solutions that are actually going to work for our communities. And I think CC4CA is very adept at making sure that what's happening at the state level is going to be able to translate into communities like ours in helpful ways for our size, our rural nature, the dynamics in our community to make sure that we're advancing clean energy and electrification. So it's been great to work with you guys, and we really appreciate it.
I appreciate that. And likewise, Basalt is awesome. We love working with you guys. Both of you testify and get involved and make a difference in these key moments, and most of the wins up here would not happen but for our members being engaged the way they are. Thank you.
I'll say my thanks as well for in a great organization. I've enjoyed being on the board, and
thank you.
Glad Anna's doing it now, and I can be the alternate. But still want to testify, and you guys can all testify too. I mean, it's really good to open it up to everybody. If there's something you're interested in, you don't have to go down to Denver. You can do it on whatever the platform is that
they do it on Zoom.
Zoom, yeah. And the staff tees it up. You'll have talking points. You can tweak it, and you can do your thing. And it's a great way to make an impact, and it's fun. And that's, I think, beyond all the good goals and good outcomes that the organization produces. It is a fun organization.
Good.
It's like there's like a lot of camaraderie with all the different municipalities and everything, and it's staff and elected. So keep up the good work, and thanks for all you do.
And thank you for your leadership. Basalt is doing amazing things, particularly given the size of the community. It's fun to watch and awesome to see your work unfold here too.
Yeah, I think it's easier to do in smaller communities. You know, but you did start off talking about acrimony and the issue at the state level with agendas and competing agendas and trying to get solutions based on, you showed some metrics on how many things were connected to bills were introduced and what the success rate was and all that stuff. How do you see that progressing? Is that are we gonna have a better penetration rate, so to speak, in the legislation and that's going on here? Or do we have to really focus on our own community's land use practices and our own community's needs and resources that are available to us through other means instead of competing at this level that you're talking about? You know, Basalt may not be equipped to compete for federal dollars. And, you know, that's an issue for small towns, resources and being able to go after that stuff. So, one of the things I'd like to learn more about is, we're doing good things here, but how do we get rewarded, compensated, get into the pipeline here? That's what I would be interested in.
Thank you. Those are great points. And I think there were two separate points, if I heard you right, that I'll respond to. On the first one, I don't know we'll know a lot more about what the politics will look like after the November election. It's hard to predict. And even after the election, you don't really know till the session starts, and you just see what the tenor of the session is like. So it's hard to predict. What my best guess is, it'll be a good session for climate. We'll see a fair number of climate champions elected to the legislature or reelected and have good opportunities to move bills, and some of the toughest negotiating will be with the governor rather than the legislators who tend to oppose climate policy. But I don't know, we'll find out. And from our perspective, we'll work, whatever the landscape is, we'll work with it. If it's a landscape that lends itself to huge gains, we will work hard on big transformative legislation, which we've had opportunities to do the past several years. If it's not that, but there's a lot of seams where we can get smaller, meaningful things done, we'll do that. If the politics flip at the state legislature, which they always could on climate, then we'll go into defensive mode and protect all the programs that are there that are doing good things, protect the resources going to local government. So don't know how to predict exactly, but my best guess is we're going to have another good year, and we'll make the best out of it, whatever the circumstances are. And on the second point on funding, it's definitely harder for smaller jurisdictions to go after federal dollars. There's so many structural barriers, the reporting requirements, the scale alone, for instance. But part of what we've been able to do is help facilitate regional collaborations between local governments that are doing bundled proposals. And in some cases, we've been supporting the state that is itself going after a big chunk of money that it will then distribute to local governments with some of its programs that will be a lot more accessible, or are already more accessible, to smaller communities. So that's our funding concierge, is the person to connect with, because she's fantastic. She knows this stuff, and she'll figure out, at least give you some really helpful guidance on where the best opportunities, given your size, your resources, and your goals.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Also, just to give some kudos to our staff here, Sarah and I got to go to the CC4CA gathering, and you get to kind of benchmark where your building codes, transportation systems, and other green policies are against all these other communities that care about climate. And electric building codes were all the rage. There were so many people that wanted to do them, and our team got that done. So thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Jacob. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate all the info.
Thanks.
And you making the trip up.
Oh, my pleasure. Anytime. Happy to.
Right. Next item up, we're going to council actions. So we have 7A. I'm sorry, no, it's not, 6B. 6B, I'm getting ahead of myself. Middle Avenue Streetscape Project Update. Catherine and Joe.
All right. Well, we'll start with 6B and then lead right into 6A. But this is just our monthly update on the overall Midland project. Joe's here to do that, and then we'll talk further about 7A in a moment.
Yeah. So you guys probably have the report I put together, but as I say, every council meeting, we're doing really well. So making good progress. Probably the biggest milestone that's obvious to yourself and the public is the paving of the south side of Midland. So it was a huge milestone. We actually got that done earlier than the project master schedule, so that's a huge win. Working on stormwater infrastructure now, and that is going to get wrapped up earlier. Stutzman has a bonus crew on. Sorry, I'm paying attention to the agenda. There we are. Thank you. And so that's a really good milestone as well, because that is the biggest, wet utility infrastructure we're putting in. But it's flip-flopping across the street, moving up. So landscape, plantings are going in, sleeving, irrigation, dry utilities, electrical to support lighting and everything else we're doing for the project. Another thing you probably noticed is site furnishings. So we're getting some tables, some chairs, a lot of bike racks. Actually just saw them put 3 more bike racks in when I was walking back down Midland. So that's looking really good. Yeah, generally that is the project update. So moving along really well, going across the street. I might just run into risks changes. I know the last two meetings we were talking about the catenary lighting system. Got the final engineering report, got that resolved. A few more coordination meetings, but we're good to go on the catenary lighting system. So that is a huge win. Moving forward, I don't think we are going to experience anything we haven't already experienced and figured out how to solve in terms of risk in design or unforeseen conditions. So I'll say the one thing worth mentioning might be just utilities and infrastructure on adjacent buildings. You know, there's a historic downtown with historic infrastructure, and we only know what we know. And sometimes we run into stuff we don't know, but we've been able to effectively solve every problem we've run into so far. So that's been good. And now actually moving further east, we're getting further away from being immediately adjacent to the building. So I think that's going to be helpful for progress. Budget invoicing. So budget again is very healthy. We'll look at resolution 39 after this. We have a change order we're going to review for Stutzman. But overall, we are through progress and billing and incurred costs, we're 76% through the project now. So that's awesome. You know, the final quarter, if you will. Yeah, there really isn't any financial exposure at this point in the project, and I'm confident we're gonna be successful. If it's worth doing, we can go through the pictures, and I can kind of just show you what we're doing. So this is standing in the middle of Midland, Alpine on the left, Airlene's on the right. I'm sorry, Alpine on the right, Midland on the left. Looking east, so the south side is on the right where the traffic's going. You know, Valley Pan, Islands, Sleeving, all the infrastructure's in. So you can scroll down to the next one. Yeah, this one is right in front of the Spanish and Italian restaurant. Got the brick pavers in. Some of the furnishings I was talking about, and that whole area is just a beautiful plaza. Turned out really well. Go down to the next one, please. Yeah, this is some of the building infrastructure I talked about. This is Two Rivers. Found some issues underneath there. Got a good engineering fix from our team, and that's it being rehabilitated and put back together, and it turned out beautiful. And I think the last one. Yes, this is immediately adjacent to the Brick Pony. That's where we're doing dry utilities and prepping for bollards, obviously prepping for flat work, prepping for asphalt. I don't know if you guys walked by today, but they're forming up the curb, got our Valley Pan, and that is all I took this month. So, any questions on progress or upcoming activities?
Looks like we're on track with the phases, the phase 1, 2, 3. Are we technically in 3 yet, or are we still finishing 2?
We're in 3.
Well, yeah, technically 3. Yeah.
So we flipped over to,
Mhm.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Questions? Anything?
Just a quick comment, as you do move east, the traffic over at Cottonwood and Riverside is getting a little intense. I don't know if there's some traffic calming or something we can do at that intersection of Riverside and Cottonwood, but it's a lot more traffic there.
We can look into that intersection,
Yeah.
make sure things are moving, but,
Yeah. Thanks. Otherwise, it's looking good. I noticed you were out there Saturday.
It's out there every Saturday.
Yeah, from now on out. No, it's good.
Great. Well, thank you. I don't think we have any other questions, so you can slide on over to item 7A, resolution number 39 in series of 2024. Resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving contract change order number 4 for construction of the Midland Avenue Streetscape project. And Catherine and Michelle.
So tonight, we're bringing to you this change order to Stutzman Gerbaugh's scope of work for the project. As a reminder and for benefit of those council members that weren't here when we last went under contract for phase 2 on the project, I'm just going to provide you with a little bit of background. Excuse me. In the fall of 2023, as Stutzman was completing their work on phase 1 of the project, the design drawings for phase 2 were just at a 90% design level. And in order to keep the project on schedule and to keep things generally moving forward, council approved Stutzman to move forward with the overall phase 2 scope to kind of make sure things are moving into the early spring. And because the
Excuse me, guys. If you guys, we have time if you want to do it out there.
And because the design was at the 90% level and during that November of 2023 approval, we included a healthy contingency in our Midland budget. As you may recall, we included a $1.2 million contingency at that time because we knew we'd be coming forward with a change order at some point in the future as those design drawings finished up and got to that 100% construction level. So the change order before you tonight is really to cover all of those changes that we've seen as far as bringing that design to full construction level documents, and then just some of the field choices we've made since that time. And to summarize, the majority of those the fees that are included in that change order, the major one is the finalization of the electrical scope. We just wanted to make sure we got that right. We know how important lighting is, especially in our more historic downtown, and the catenary system that you all recall that we've been working hard on to make sure we got that right. The second was the finalization of the storm system and the associated grading. As we've discussed in the past, one of the most challenging elements of this project is making sure that we're having ADA access and also all the drainage and grading works between our historic storefronts. That's really been a challenge of the team, so there's been some adjustments that have been made since last November to make sure that's working well. Also, because we are in a good spot financially, we added the mill and overlay of the more easterly section of the road. So as you may recall, during the VE effort, we eliminated a lot of the improvements in front of the church, but we did decide we wanted to come back and mill and overlay that asphalt through that area, especially once all the water line work was done. That area got pretty beat up, just as it would with construction, and we wanted to make sure there was a finished product there at the end, so we added that back in. And then we also, as part of this change order, added another bit of owner contingency to just cover any unforeseen changes that we might see. You know, that's not necessarily money out the door. Anytime the Stutzman team comes to us with, you know, like, hey, we ran into this issue at Two Rivers Cafe, or some of the foundations under the awning structures there. You know, there's just some funky stuff in the ground, as one might imagine. That contingency money helps us cover that, keeps the team moving, so we have some flexibility built in so that we can be efficient helping them move forward. So in general, the change order total is $651,466.
Catherine, sorry, could you,
Sorry.
could you put up on the screen, James?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Packet?
Thanks.
Yeah, that draft.
Okay.
Change order is. It's,
It's right here.
that might be the best slide right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
This is good for what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and scroll down a little bit just so we can see the total. Oh,
Let me share it. There you go.
Yeah, so the spreadsheet I included in the packet distills the changes, both, you know, some additions and then some efficiencies we saw as well, and brings that grand total for the phase 2 changes to just over 651,000. And Joe might add a little bit of detail to what I just summarized. Then, of course, we have Shay and Wiley and Eddie all here tonight to help answer any questions you all might have.
yeah. I mean, I can elaborate as much as you guys want to, but just for the record and for new council members, we're not increasing the cumulative project value. All we're doing is allocating funds we already have from contingency to this change order. So I think that's worth mentioning. But yeah, there's a lot in there. Honestly, if we rolled this down, you would see every line, every item. Sopris, Connect One did a great job verifying quantities. I went through the full electrical scope and triple checked everything. I think I actually made Eddie work extra nights and weekends to make it right for me. So yeah, if you have any particular questions, I'm happy to answer them. I brought a cheat sheet.
This is the
You're ready.
whole package of change orders, not just your boss or
Correct.
Stutzman, but
Yep.
every other consultant that was engaged
Yeah.
across the board.
Yeah, just to be clear, this is a change order to the construction contract, which doesn't in any way change the contract for our design teams, but this is to cover, the construction services as far as getting us to where we are today.
Right,
Is that
Stutzman and engineering and design and
No, just construction, yeah.
just Stutzman.
That's correct.
Yeah, but it is Stutzman and all of their subcontractors.
Right,
So
okay.
Stutzman is a prime
Yeah.
contractor, yeah.
And this encompasses basically the known unknowns. And then we still have a balance of contingency left for the unknowns that hopefully, don't rear or don't
Yeah.
appear, but
Yeah.
just in case.
And that's right. We built in around 200,000 into the phase 1 budget and 200,000 into the phase 2 budget to cover these unknowns. And so we're just adding another 100,000 to that. And these are things like they had to move a couple sanitary sewer services this week because, as you can imagine, they're just old and there were some assumptions made, and turns out they didn't do it the way we might do it today years ago. So, just things like that, that just small things that we can cover.
Yeah, how are we so off on electrical?
That's okay.
Yeah, I can get into as much detail as you want, but the electrical scope was, sorry, let me move this over, wasn't as well defined as we wanted to, like Catherine said, when we did the change order 3. The design development was only at 90%. And then moving into 100, that's when we fleshed everything out. We said, okay, we're actually going to add this pole. We're going to go from, for an example, 857 catenary luminaries to 1,237 catenary luminaries. Okay, we're going to add GFIC outlets along here. We're going to distribute power here and here instead of just here. And it was just the full development of the electrical scope to give the town in this historic area exactly what it needs.
And
But
I
that's
think
the-
there was a little bit of future proofing involved in it as well. We just want to make sure that, we have all the conduit in place to give us options for the future and all the uses of kind of the system are available, whether it be for Christmas lights or banners or the catenaries. They're just a lot of that, like we said in November of last year, not all those details were fully designed, and it was probably the scope that was at, at a lesser of a design level than the civil and some of the other elements. So it was just the specialty that needed the most kind of catch-up work, if you will, between that 90% level and where we are today.
Am I understanding correctly that maybe for the entire project, we went from 90 to 100%, but for the electrical, it was closer to like 75 to 100%?
That's
Yeah.
probably an accurate assumption without, in general terms.
Which would explain, kind of somewhat answer your question.
As a proportion of the,
Right, yeah.
The cumulative ask, yeah.
Does that include items that are like not strictly electrical, but structural things to support the lighting and whatnot, or? You kind of
Yeah, I mean, it's all things associated with the electrical scope, but yeah, you're right, including, like, you add a pole, you're adding structure, you're adding rebar, you're adding, all of that. If you're adding receptacles, light banners, all of the things, it wasn't necessarily just what it needed to be a functional system, it was what we needed and what we wanted to, like Catherine said, future-proof this for anything that the town needs moving forward. I mean,
I can give you a couple layman's terms here.
yeah.
The catenary lights, when you see them strung across the street, have to be actually engineered to accept snow load.
And when,
And then they also have to be engineered to have the stringers tight enough so that in the event of a weather event or something like that, we're not at risk of them snapping or breaking or blowing off or all of these things. So there was a lot of reorganizing and just kind of these details of where the light poles go, how heavy the stringers are, how those get strung across, we initially had a certain design that had a certain way, came back and vetted that, it needed to be adjusted. So some things like that, which, you know, when you're thinking of Christmas lights, doesn't seem like what's the big deal, but that's where it came down to. And then that kind of light reading of what the meters are from those lights, and then determining how many street lights we also need or don't need now, based on those little things, were things that came up.
What about miscellaneous building restoration? Let us know what that is.
So that was the 100,000 that I was speaking to of additional kind of contingency funding that would be available for use if we come into unforeseen things like the sanitary services. It's probably slightly mislabeled as far as building restoration subtotal, because initially that was thought to be around, like I said, those pillar foundations or the Two Rivers Cafe foundation. There's a foundation issue at the Brick Pony, like not uncommon things that we've just run across, and that money will be available as we come across kind of those old systems that need a little extra TLC as we move through the project.
Catherine, you made mention of an original amount of 1.5 million.
1.2, yeah.
That's contingency fund, or that was what you had originally thought that this change order was gonna, that's the whole contingency fund?
Right, and so I guess maybe there's two contingencies that are getting, that I want to be clear on. There's some contingency that's built into the Stutzman budget that if this is approved, will be, for the whole project scope, would be a total of $500,000. So we're just adding 100, and that's part of their budget that they can kind of work and bill against. In our budgeting for the overall project, which, you know, we all sat through the $16.8 million total project budget. Of that, $1.2 million of our budgeting is set aside as contingency, that, you know, that we knew would pay for this change order or others. This set dollar amount wasn't known when we set that, and so it's only through working through it that
So
we
this is
found it.
651 XXX of 1.124.
124.
Yeah.
Well, plus the 500,000 that's in Stutzman's contract.
No,
that's a
that was
different-
built into, yeah, that was built into, only the $100,000 is an add. The initial 400,000 was built into the contract amount, so that's included in our 16.8.
This is a top-up,
Yeah,
basically.
this is just making sure we can get to the finish line in an efficient way, yeah.
And so where do we stand out of the entire 1.124, whatever,
Yeah, it's 1.124. It's on
of the
web
contingency fund?
report.
How much have we used,
Um,
including this?
Right,
shows zero, so
including that.
You haven't used any?
I don't have that number in front of me. I'd say, you know.
Well,
as-
I guess that's my point. Is this the only time that we've tapped into that?
Yes, you only asked.
Oh, okay, so it would
Yes,
be 1.124
yeah,
less
that's right.
this. Yeah, because I'm a new counselor, so like I don't know
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
how many times this has happened.
right, right.
It's like, there's two
Okay,
numbers.
yeah. No, I can do that math.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is it 651,000 or is there 100,000 from Stutzman that makes this less of the contingency? Is this
No,
all
that-
coming out of the contingency?
That's correct, yes.
651.
Okay.
And 100,000 is included in that 651.
Yeah, but-
An extra allowance, basically, right?
That was already built into the original?
This is adding to
The
the
1.2.
original allowances in their contract. Correct. Right.
So there was
But it's
400,
out of the
yeah.
total project budget.
Yeah, but this is going against contingencies.
Yes.
This is a $651,000 contingency against $1.124 million that we committed to contingencies.
Correct.
So that leaves approximately $500,000 for other contingencies
Right.
that we
Right.
hope not to use.
That's correct, yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter up the extra.
24% of the project left to complete. So if you look at it as a ratio, it's pretty fair.
Yeah, and just to say, this number is just over 5% of their overall contract budget to date.
All right.
It's really moving money from your left pocket to your right pocket.
Yeah,
Have
absolutely.
it in there.
Well, and we saw it coming, right? We knew that there was that 10% that was still unapproved and undesigned.
That's
and
correct.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to me, at least.
All right, anything else? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion.
Mayor, I gotta make sure I'm reading the right one here. Okay. Mayor, I move that Town Council adopt resolution number 39, series of 2024.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. My sheet here. Let's begin with Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
Hannah Berman,
Yes.
Angela Anderson,
Yes.
Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Angel Dupre-Bouchard,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
David Knight.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
You guys.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right. Next up, 7B is going to be postponed to a future meeting. The interviewee had something come up, so they're unable to be here tonight. So we're going to move on to item 7C, continued public hearing and first reading ordinance number 11, 2024, an ordinance of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving a minor subdivision, slope review, community housing review, and site plan review to subdivide 168 Original Road into 2 lots and for the construction of a new single-family residence, Basalt, Colorado. And that's James.
Yes, thank you. We do have the applicant here this evening, Michael Fox. As the mayor indicated, this is a continued public hearing and first reading of an ordinance on an application submitted by Michael Fox, and he's requesting minor subdivision, slope review, community housing review, and site plan review to subdivide the property at 168 Original Road and construct a single-family house and associated infrastructure on the vacant lot to be created through the subdivision. The subject property, as was discussed in July when the council reviewed the project last, is 168 Original Road. Here's a map showing the context of the site. It contains approximately 0.9 acres and has half a duplex on the property, as you can see here. It is zoned R2 and contains some 30% slopes on the property. The proposal, as was introduced in July, is to subdivide the property into 2 lots of around 20,000 square foot each. On the lower lot to be created, which is shown as parcel B2 in your packet, it's to contain the existing half a duplex, and as is noted, the other half a duplex is on the adjacent property to the north. And on the upper lot that's proposed to be created by the subdivision, which is shown as parcel B3 in your packet, the applicant is proposing to construct a single-family house, and it's proposed to contain 3,999 square feet. It's proposed to take access from Original Road at the top of the fathering parcel. And the council took a site visit in July to see the site as well, to get an understanding of the proposal. And the proposed house is to meet the R2 zone district requirements. The applicant has proposed to pay cash in lieu of providing affordable housing mitigation, and that will be a discussion item. The review process, as was outlined in July, it's a minor subdivision which typically only requires a town council review, but because it's combined with a site plan review as well as a community housing review to pay cash in lieu, requires the Planning and Zoning Commission make a recommendation on all the actions to the town council, and they've done that. In reviewing the application, as was discussed and introduced in July, staff identified a series of discussion items that were in the Planning and Zoning Commission's memo to the town council that's attached in your council packet. It included discussion items of consistency with the master plan, consistency with character of the surrounding area, the affordable housing mitigation, compliance with the R2 zoning, slope review, utilities, wildfire mitigation, and the plat note. In July, the council had a full public hearing and considered public comments on most of these topics, and the council provided some initial comments before continuing the public hearing. In July, when the council had discussion, council thought that the applicant needed to obtain an agreement from the rest of the property owners in the Dillon subdivision related to removing the plat note that said that the property couldn't have any more development than the half a duplex. The applicant has obtained that agreement, and it's included in your packet. It is consent to remove the plat note and the plat requirement, and it includes the other property owners that were part of the Dillon subdivision, or at least the properties that were part of the Dillon subdivision. The council also, at the July hearing, discussed the impacts of the proposed utilities, which, per the recommendations of the Mid-Valley Metro District, were required to be brought up from original lane at the bottom of the property and go up the hillside to the proposed single-family house site. The applicant has adjusted his water and sewer profile to show that the water lines and sewer lines would only be between 6 and 10 feet below grade instead of the 16 to 18 feet that were shown on the original application's utility design. And that was a concern of the council's at the July meeting. Other topics included concerns about the vegetation that would be removed for the new construction of the single-family house on the site. Since the July meeting, the applicant has provided a landscaping plan that has proposed screening to the neighboring property to Up Valley. And the applicant has also had a fire mitigation assessment conducted on the site, and he can speak to those items as part of his comments. Other topics that the council had discussion on included the impacts of the residents. When the applicant was originally proposed, it included a house of 4,600 square feet. Staff in the P&Z were concerned that it didn't fit into the other houses in consistency with the size of the other houses in the lower portion of original road. So the applicant adjusted the house size to just below 4,000 square feet. The staff had originally recommended between 3,000 and 3,500 square foot. In conjunction with reducing the house size that was originally proposed, they provided photo simulations to show the impacts from the public realm of Highway 82. In reviewing those photo simulations and the adjustments, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with a condition that the applicant deed restrict the existing half duplex to a resident occupied unit instead of being able to pay cash in lieu as the applicant has requested. The applicant is required to mitigate because the proposed house is over 3,000 square feet. If the house were not over 3,000 square foot, it would be exempt from the affordable housing mitigation requirements. So staff believes that there are a couple mitigation options that council could apply, and there are choices that are in your draft ordinance. The applicant could be allowed to pay cash in lieu fee, and that is what is proposed by the applicant in the application. Other options included the applicant being required to deed restrict the existing half duplex unit as an RO unit upon construction of the new residence, which was the option that the P&Z recommended. And then other options could include requiring a reduction of the overall square footage to 3,000 square feet or below, which would be exempt from the affordable housing requirements. So that's another option out there. Ultimately, as I noted, the P&Z recommended approval of the application with the condition that the existing half duplex be deed restricted as an RO unit. This evening, staff would suggest taking additional applicant comments, taking public comments because it's a continued public hearing, and providing council discussion. Ultimately, I think the council has several decision options you could make. You could approve the ordinance as drafted on first reading and set a second reading date. You could amend the ordinance with adjustments to the conditions and approve it on first reading. You could table the public hearing if you needed additional information, or you could deny the application if you had concerns about the criteria. With that said, I will stop sharing my screen and turn it over to Michael Fox, the applicant, if he has comments for the council.
Thank you. Just briefly, I tried to really listen to what feedback you had for me in this last meeting, and I've tried to, put those puzzle pieces together to give you the full picture of what we're trying to do and kind of address some of your concerns. Just to supplement, I guess, what James just explained, I did walk the property in addition with Chris Beiser, the town arborist, kind of talking about looking at permitting for tree removal, and then he recommended I do a fire mitigation assessment through the County of Eagle, which they basically described it very similar to what they've described as the landscape for the rest of Basalt Mountain when they've talked to you about fire mitigation on that side of Basalt Mountain. We have an overgrown pinyon and juniper forest, which is going to require a huge amount of tree removal. Frankly, whether or not there's a building on site, we're going to be doing this fire mitigation, but I wanted to include that as a part of this application just to make you aware of that. I'll just say we're trying to be as collaborative with everybody's interests as possible, and if you give me more action items, I will go do them. So with that, thank you, and I can dive into a lot more of the application if you have questions. There is also one of the three members of our engineering team is online. I brought them just to address, I think Mr. Stevens brought up a point about the sewage and water last time, and I just want to make sure someone was qualified to answer any questions if there are some.
All right. Well, this is continuation of first reading and is a public hearing, so let's go ahead and do public comments. So just as a reminder, 3 minutes, and make sure you state your name and address. Ryan will be timing, and I think there's a sign-in sheet in the back too, right, Pam?
Pamela,
I'm sorry.
is there a sign-in sheet?
There is a sign-in sheet.
Yeah, so make sure you sign in back there as you get, as I know we'll have some comments here. So with that, I will open the public hearing, if anybody would like to come on up.
Jeff. My name is Bart Johnson. My address is 420 East Main Street, Suite 210, Aspen. I'm here on behalf of Sandy Spraker and Rick Karsten, who own the property next door. I was not here at the last hearing, but I submitted a letter. I'm not going to repeat what was in that letter. I'm going to add maybe a little information to it, but though Sandy and Rick appreciate Michael's efforts, they remain opposed to the application. I think, Michael has obtained the agreement with the other owners within the Dillon subdivision. I think that is necessary to amend this plat note and get rid of the requirement on having no more than one duplex unit on these two lots. I don't think it's really sufficient, though, and I think it plays into your role in this to determine whether this application is consistent with the neighborhood. And I think in our last correspondence, and I've got one more email that I've given to James and shared with Michael, I think it's pretty clear that from the neighborhood's perspective, that plat note was intended to benefit all the neighbors up there, not just the people who happen to live in the Dillon subdivision. This latest email is from Cindy Watkins, who's the widow of John Watkins, who's the man who developed that duplex. And it basically confirms his intent back in 1984 that plat note, which he continued, was intended to benefit the surrounding neighbors and the neighborhood, not just the owners within the Dillon subdivision. But I think, as I expressed in my first letter, this property is now on its basically third re-subdivision where the lots just keep getting smaller and smaller. And I think it's getting to the point where the density up there that's proposed is getting inconsistent with really the character of the neighborhood. And it's gonna make it easy for more people up there to subdivide their lots. James identified 3 lots in this area that themselves could apply for subdivision. And you start redefining the character of the neighborhood, and the conversation becomes more difficult next time about whether it's in keeping with the neighborhood. And so we'd urge you to kind of nip it in the bud now. And I'll sign the sign-in sheet because I neglected to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one, anybody? Oh, yeah, come on up, Tom.
Hi, this is for my ears. Tom Dillon, I live at 417 Original Road, and I gave my comments to you last time. And I just want to say, hope that you could remember those, particularly the access issues that we have, as well as wildlife. There's an important corridor right there up into the wildlife area that seems to be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody online? Pam, do we know who that is?
If you're online and would like to make comments to the council on this application, if you could please raise your hand.
Jenny Marks is my engineer.
Okay.
Just if anybody had questions that were
great.
specialized.
Got it. I see iPhone.
I think that's my wife, I'm guessing.
Okay. Any other public comments going once, going twice? All right, I will close the public hearing and open it up for council questions.
I think the gentleman that was speaking in the first public comment said something about 3 lots that could probably be subdivided. I counted 4. I don't know if that's correct, but I would echo the changing of these neighborhoods is, I know we want density, but do we want density in neighborhoods that have already been plotted, and where else does this lead, and who else comes to us with these same questions? That's where my concerns lie. There are other houses in there that can do the same thing, and now you're totally changing what was there originally. And I appreciate you listening and going through the changes on your design, and I don't have any issues with that. I just worry about neighborhood characteristics and the slippery slope that we start.
For the record, it sounds like there are 6 properties, correct? That can be
6.
That aren't part of a PUD that prohibits that up there. No, I feel the same way about that. That neighborhood has a certain characteristic to it that needs to be maintained. And as far as density, it is not on mass transit, so you got to be careful with that. So we need, whatever we do, it needs to, it's not down here. We're right by a BRT stop. It's a consideration for sure.
This is 0.3 miles from the bus stop, right?
That sounds right, but I don't want to.
It's off the L line, but it's, I don't know, like 600 yards. Yeah.
And if I may clarify, it's actually 3 other lots that have enough square footage in order to that could
3 lots.
subdivide.
3 lots that are large enough to qualify for subdivision.
Okay, to be split into 6. 3 fathering lots, is that what you call
3
them?
fathering parcels.
I guess I can see, I see the perspective of the character of the neighborhood, but I guess I am curious is what's there what was originally there, or has that neighborhood already developed and plots added, or more building up there happened than what the original concept was? Is that something we would know?
Is it possible for me?
I guess
to-
without that, I would, I feel like the neighborhood is evolving, and I think that's like much of what we have around here. So don't know that I don't embrace this on that account.
Can I comment on that?
Sure, for sure, yeah.
So to my knowledge, and Tom actually may have a better knowledge than me because he's lived there for a lot longer. So kind of counting backwards, the Broughton subdivision, I'm not sure those of you who were on the town council in 2017, but he subdivided, he's our next door neighbor, he subdivided his lot, he had one subdivision that was done either in the 80s or early 90s, and Kurt and Teresa lived there, and then he subdivided in 2017 2 additional lots with the restriction that neither of those homes could be bigger than 3,000 square feet. One of those was built and finished maybe 18 months ago, and then the other one is just starting construction right now. So that's the newest development, which is just right down the hill on the other side for those of you who remember the site visit from this duplex. Additionally to that, I do know, and I don't know if you could pull up the map of the neighborhood, but there is a home that I think just finished construction and had occupancy permits on Hillcrest Drive, which is the road above Original Road, and that was a 5,000 square foot, that was a 5,000 square foot home that was built on a smaller lot than what we're proposing. And so the minimum lot size is, the minimum lot size is 0.33 acres, and we're proposing almost a half an acre per lot.
Yeah, computer's frozen, so can't go to the map at the moment.
Well,
Yeah,
these are always tough conversations to have. I think the fact that there's 3 lots that could be split is not that big a concern to me, because it all depends on the individual lot and what's buildable and what isn't. If they're flat and easy, the utilities are close by, it's almost, why not? I mean, that's the evolution that we're looking for, I think, is to make better use of our developed land. The thing that does impact my decision the most is just the nature of the site. It's going to be a big impact. The restoration of that site is going to be significant. Staging, the job, parking, material storage, those retaining walls coming off of the main road, utilities down the slope to the street below. Fire mitigation, not too concerned about that, because it'll mostly be cleared by the time you build the house. So if I was to suggest anything, it would be a restoration bond that was attached to this. It would require the site to be restored to a satisfactory condition. I'm not in agreement with the cash in lieu of situation on the housing deal. And the plat note still is a little fuzzy for me too. So those are my comments, and right now I'm kind of floating. I'd like to see people be able to build, but this one's a tough site, and it's going to require significant rehabilitation when they're done. Haul off, trucking, pavement's gonna, I don't know, who does own that road? Who maintains that road? Is that private?
No, those roads are maintained by the town.
Maintained by the town, so.
I don't know about the side road. The side roads are too, right?
The original lane, the one.
Original is for sure.
Original road is maintained by the town, and
But lane
I
also?
believe the lane is also.
Yeah.
It might be good to just look at the pavement and see what it looks like today and see what it looks like afterwards, because there's some big material up there that's gonna come off.
Original lane is not paved. It's a
Right,
dirt
it's
road.
gravel, but you're not gonna access construction or park there or stage there. You're just coming down the hill for utilities.
We did have a conversation with our engineers about accessing with like initial excavation equipment from original lane rather than original road. But I think overall, you're probably right.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing Rick said was that it's a tough conversation to have, and I think that that's what I keep coming back to, is it's a really tough one, because you want to honor, the kind of past of the neighborhood and the neighbors' wants, but at the same time, my personal view is that it's not necessarily government's position to hinder development when we don't have legal and zoning rights to do so. So as far as, setting a precedent for future subdivision, if it's allowed within our current planning and zoning, documents to do so, then I feel like it's not our place to just say no just because we don't like it. The proper avenue, in my opinion, to resolve that would be to change those rules, not to just apply an exception to you. So for that reason, I don't really consider that in my decision. If it's allowable, it's allowable. If we don't like that, then we can change the code. I think my biggest sticking point is, we have planning and zoning board for a reason, for them to look at these things and to make suggestions. They have made suggestions, and I would like to see those honored as much as possible. So it goes back to the deed restriction on the current unit. I think, I commend you for taking all the actions to appease the neighbors, to appease the town, to appease the council, to add revegetation, to, I like Rick's idea of, a bond to restore the land as close as possible, do all those things. I tend to, again, stick within what is allowable by code and what has been suggested by the entities we have in place, which is planning and zoning. And for that reason, I would, continue to entertain, of course, this conversation, and I don't want to stand in the way of you building your house, because I don't think that legally or by code we have the right to do so. But I would like to honor what P&Z has requested in the terms of the deed restriction on the current duplex unit. Excuse me.
It is our discretion to do that. I mean, I agree. If we do go forward with this, the cash in lieu doesn't really provide the community benefit at all, just given the cost of construction and whatnot. So, the alternate condition would be, is kind of a must for me if I'm going forward.
I really agree with what Angel said. I think we've got a microphone, please. I agree with what Angel was saying, that we need to legislate through policy, not through individual projects. So if we want to change the code so that we can apply it fairly to projects including this, that is all right. But until that happens, I think we need to apply it equally to all homeowners or prospective homeowners. I think it's also really compelling to get a deed restricted unit out of this. We know how expensive they are, and we're getting a lot of bang for our buck here. I'm not at all in favor of cash in lieu, both on principle and in terms of honoring P&Z, people on P&Z who have taken time and years out of their life to look through these decisions, and I think their opinions should be elevated and matter. And then in terms of density, I'm a pretty fervent believer that density belongs in the core, but this is also 0.3 miles from a bus stop. So for me, I look at other projects that are 0.3 miles from a bus stop. I believe the Jadwin parcel is. And in those conversations, that was a big plus to be that close to a bus stop. And I would apply the same kind of distance to this project as well.
Mr. Mayor, if I could
Yes.
just make one comment. Just for council's clarity, the review criteria on a project like this or others, there's some of those review criteria are objective. Does it meet the minimum lot size? Some of them are discretionary and puts you in a decision-making position of, is this compatible with the neighborhood? That's a review criteria here. So it's not that there's not an absence of discretionary review criteria in this instance. I understand that that's a difficult one to apply, but that is one that exists with this application.
I think philosophically,
Yeah, and I appreciate that clarification, Jeff, and I think to me, I kind of lean on the code because I can't me personally can't make a strong enough argument that it doesn't fit in the character of the neighborhood, because there are new structures that are being built. To Dieter's point, there will continue to be new homes that are built, and so does it fit in the character of the neighborhood 30 years ago? Most certainly not, but we are going to see continued involvement So, thanks, Jeff.
I also think one of the statistics that stood out to me in the housing study was that I believe from 2013 to 2020, someone correct me if I'm off in years, the number of 4-person households in Basalt decreased from 27% to 15%. And I believe this is a town that should be filled with families and young families and people wanting to make a life here. And this appears to me like some young people trying to do that, and I'd like to support that.
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
So when P&Z, and maybe this is, James can help me, but when P&Z recommended that we deed restrict with RO, when we went back through the rules, it appeared that that wasn't allowed, that it had to be, there was 3 options that we could go through, that it could be cash in lieu, that we could designate an ADU to 25% of the total square footage of the property that would be restricted, but that would be a 1,000 square foot ADU and a 4,000 square foot home. So that doesn't necessarily make sense for this project. And then we could categorize deed restrict. And so I was kind of under the impression that they had made a recommendation that didn't exactly follow what the code was saying. And I guess I'm just curious if that is a possibility at this point, or, and I apologize for not clarifying this before the meeting.
So Jeff, I know we had talked about that, and you were going to opine, I think, on that.
I mean, the council has, under the code, the discretion to require a category unit or a fee in lieu. The applicant could also propose, as you said, 25%. Sorry, been talking all day. The 25% of the floor area of the unit. So there's the council's discretion whether or not to allow for the fee in lieu. So Michael's question is, well, if the code says I have to provide a category unit, why do I only have to provide an RO unit, something lesser? And I think, James, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but essentially the maneuver under the code is that there's some council discretion there, and that this is kind of fit within a kind of the applicant offering the RO, if council's willing to I guess not require the category unit. So there's kind of a little bit of a dance there, but in trying to fit together some of the code provisions, I think it allows for that under council's discretion. James, not having been at P&Z all the time,
Yeah.
if I missed anything there.
Maybe as a little more background on what the P&Z explained in terms of making the recommendation for deed restricting the existing half duplex to RO. They didn't want to go as far as to deed restrict and put as much burden on the applicant to deed restrict it as a category unit. So they thought deed restricting the existing half duplex as an RO unit was kind of a compromise position between not taking cash in lieu, which they didn't want to take cash in lieu, but they also didn't want to burden the applicant by putting the category deed restriction on. So they thought placing the RO deed restriction was the compromise position there, and it wouldn't burden the applicant as much as the option of placing the category deed restriction.
So, and Michael's question is that a valid way to deal with it? And you're saying that kind of in the dance of
There's a way to make it fit.
yeah. So what's your position on an RO?
My big concern is just that we still have financing on the home, and I don't know how that affects it. And so, outside of our application, we've done a big analysis as to the cost of all of this. We've hired a professional to help us do that. And, so we're trying to make this work, and we think we can make it work, but that is a big consideration that the town doesn't really consider. And so I would just want a little bit more time to look at our options if that's what the town's inclined to do, which it sounds like our options is to move forward with the RO or to reduce the size of our home. And I kind of equate this as to like a 3,000 square foot home that wants to do a 999 square foot or 1,000 square foot addition, but in terms of how this fits into the housing mitigation. But I'd probably at least just want more time. I'm not necessarily inherently opposed to it. I just want to make sure it can work.
It's fair. I get the sense that's probably the only way forward, at least from that respect.
Sure. And I live here. I appreciate that that's your main concern.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, the cash in lieu just, it's just such a drop in the bucket. It just doesn't really make a dent in the affordable housing issue that we're facing. Unfortunately for you, that just $140,000 just doesn't go very far.
As I'm sure you've learned throughout this process.
Potential buy down?
No, this would just be, he would have to place it as a requirement of the subdivision. He would have to place a deed restriction on that duplex.
I guess to expedite this, I do appreciate that. I think we're narrowing down the issues, which is positive in my mind. But I guess I would ask to table unless there's any other comments that you'd like to see before a next hearing of this. And I don't want to waste your time. I know you guys spend a lot of time here. I appreciate that.
And I don't want to have to play whack-a-mole later with other things. So the plat agreement, like we talked a little bit about that, just as far as, I don't know if that's something you could weigh in on. Does that suffice for what?
Yeah, and on the face of there's the original original Dillon subdivision plat to create the two parcels. It contained a plat restriction. Parcel B was then further re-subdivided to the two parcels that exist today, and that plat restriction was carried forward. On the face of the plats, there isn't any language that would say that the restriction would run to the benefit of any property owner other than it would benefit and burden the properties that are on the plat. And the emails that we have here say that may be the intent. The face of the plat doesn't contain any language that would indicate that it would run to the benefit of anyone other than, run to the benefit of or burden the properties that are subject to the plat. So in my opinion, what Michael's presented from that standpoint would allow for it to move forward. If there is neighboring property owners, if they think they have an interest in the plat, they might have other remedies, but they're not through this council. They would be through a court to have a court declare that, yes, this plat restriction means whatever, something that they're arguing that it means, but that's not evident on the face of the plat.
So for our purposes, the plat has the two duplex owners,
Right.
and they're the only ones who can release
Right.
because of the benefit.
There's the properties that were subject to the original subdivision plat and then the subsequent plat. So it was released by all three owners.
There's a fathering parcel that also, Santos Marquez, he had all the trees that he landscaped, if you remember, on the corner.
So Jeff, to be just super clear on that point so that I'm understanding, because we're hearing from the neighbors and from, about the original intent and all of that. And what you're saying is that kind of regardless of what the original intent was, legally, what we have in front of us, the release of the plat, that's legal. That is what the law says can be done.
Until a court would say something differently, we don't have. The face of the plat does not state what they're saying the intent of the plat may have been in these, statements that are only now arising by email. So.
Right. Which, again, to kind of go back to it's a very tough position to be in, right? Because you have the law, which and legislation and code, and which is our job to kind of uphold and enforce. And while we are allowed to have varying opinions, and it's hard then to go back and look at the original intent and But if that intent wasn't formalized in the appropriate avenues, that's really hard to then stand behind it. You know, again, so just then for that reason, I tend to honor the agreement that Michael and his neighbors have executed, because it seems to be, like you said, until a court tells us otherwise, the legal solution.
Yeah, that's what we have to go off of.
Right.
Isn't that a dispute between the parties that are living up there, and not between the town and the applicant?
Right.
I think that's what Jeff is saying.
Yeah, that's a good.
So probably shouldn't even be part of the discussion. If we're just going to accept it that this has been resolved, are we saying based on evidence been presented to us, or are we saying it's not resolved, but here are your conditions of approval? I mean, where does that fall in the documentation of this process?
Well, I think it's to the extent that there's a concern that we wouldn't have jurisdiction over an application because there's a condition that says that the property couldn't be subdivided, that what's presented with the application is sufficient to overcome that hurdle. And if there's, until there would be a court, you know, to, offering a different, making a different determination on that, to then potentially allow property owners to seek to stop this land use, enjoying the land use application, because there'd be a covenant to their benefit or something that would preclude the development. That's kind of where that would live. And so, because there was the plat restriction, I think it was necessary to address it, at least in this manner, to allow for the application to proceed.
But do I understand correctly that another property owner in this subdivision has already subdivided? Or would this be the first property owner to subdivide in this subdivision?
This Dillon subdivision is was a 2-lot subdivision of a property within the bigger original road subdivision.
Within the bigger subdivision,
Right.
I mean.
So, other parcels within the original road subdivision have been subdivided.
The Broad subdivision subdivided, but the Dillon, well, yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, well, any other topics that we want to hit here on the discussion items? Otherwise, Jeff, would you recommend continuing, or how, like, if we're tabling it, so to speak, so he can, like, what's the best way to?
We're at first reading.
Yeah.
If you're comfortable, you could say, you could approve it on first reading, with the condition that the applicant come back and address the issues that you'd like to see for second reading. And then ultimately at second reading, there's the ability to still act one way or the other, but this procedurally would allow it to move to second reading. If you want to see more information before getting to second reading, you could simply continue the first reading public hearing and allow the applicant to do that.
And either way, we could, if Michael needs more time, we just keep continuing.
You could, yeah.
Already.
If you approve the second reading with those conditions, if the second reading and public hearing needs to be continued, we can do that.
Okay.
I have one last question.
Yeah.
So with an RO, and maybe this is something that can be addressed after, but you know, if we were to build this home and move there, you know, or be not living in the duplex, would we have to sell it like immediately? Or is it an RO? Because I know there's two types of ROs. There's kind of, you know, the owner has to live there, or you could rent it to someone who has to live here over 9 months a year, and those are two different distinctions.
I think it's technically we're looking for owner or resident occupied, so someone that's living in
could be renting it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely could be renting it.
Yeah, you can own it, and my understanding, and rent it to a resident, as long as it's
Understood.
occupied by a resident.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, James.
That's, I'm sure if I sit here longer, I'll have more questions, but I'm good for right now.
But, you know, that
Thank
is
you.
a little bit more value added than a category. It's a little more value added to be an RO than a category unit, I would believe, you know, from a.
And P&Z didn't they suggested a price cap on the RO, right, of 900,000?
I think that's the Basalt Town Code.
Okay, that's code.
That's under the
Okay.
community housing guidelines.
Okay.
I have a question for you. Did you get the story polls up? Like the higher ones? I know there was
6 foot.
the 6 foot gap.
No, I have not changed them since you saw them.
That would be something like, let's get the story polls, like, let's figure that out.
Accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before the next meeting or what?
Just as soon as you can.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I just don't want, I want this to be like Angel's point, right? We're trying to follow our code and the rules and everything, so we want to make sure that that's correct. 'Cause I know that was been brought up in the past, so.
Well, I would,
Go ahead.
I would move to continue the public hearing that we're currently participating in. Well, we'll see, that's my motion. You mentioned we could continue this?
Yep.
Or we could say we approve where we are with the conditions that we've listed. He comes back for a second public hearing. I don't want to go that way. I would like to just go, let's come back with the comments that have been made tonight, and we'll see how it goes after that.
So if you're making that motion, it'd be a motion to continue the public hearing and first reading on ordinance 11 to October 8th, 2024, with the applicant to address the conditions raised by council.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Sure, absolutely. Let us begin with Hannah Berman,
Yes.
Angela Anderson,
Yes.
Rick Stevens.
Yes.
Angel Dupre Bouchard,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks,
Thank you all.
James.
Yes.
All right, next item up is item 7D, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 12, series of 2024, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving special review, site plan review, mixed-use parking reduction, and PUD amendment at 298 Park Avenue to convert 3 three-bedroom units to 6 one-bedroom units at 298 Park Avenue. And this is James again.
Yes, thank you. Let me please share my screen here, just a quick second. We do have the applicants here this evening. We've got Kevin Michelson and Sonny Stutzman representing the applicant group. This application is a public hearing and first reading of an ordinance on an application submitted by Stutzman Tri-Alliance, and they're requesting special review, minor PUD amendment, a site plan review, and mixed-use parking reduction to convert 3 three-bedroom market rate units into 6 one-bedroom units at 298 Park Avenue in the Basalt Industrial Park. And as background, you can see the property here on the vicinity map. This is Park Avenue as it winds around to Willets Lane. And the applicant previously received approval for 3 three-bedroom market rate units and 3 one-bedroom category 3 deed-restricted units. This is the property here. There's 2 buildings on the property, a building A, which is closest to Park Avenue, and then a building B that's set further away. The land use approvals that were granted in 2013, as I noted, approved for 3 three-bedroom market rate units to be added to the upper floor of this building, Building A. And then it legalized 3 deed-restricted units that were constructed on the upper floor of this building, which is Building B. The 3 market rate units that were approved for Building A were included here on the upper floor. Both buildings have industrial-oriented uses on the first floor. And of the 3 market rate units that were approved on Building A, only 1 was constructed. So the rest of the upper floor there is basically a shell that's unimproved. And so, as I noted, the applicant has requested to convert the 3 approved market rate units into 6 smaller market rate units, as you can see here. In order to do so, they've requested to amend the setbacks as well through the PUD process in order to incorporate an elevator on the building A, because an elevator is required, given that they're going over the 4-unit requirement in the building. And so there isn't another good spot, according to the applicants, to locate that elevator. So it's proposed to encroach 6 inches into the setback. And so the applicant is proposing to amend the PUD to accommodate that. As is also noted in the memo, the applicant has proposed a mixed-use parking reduction to reduce the required off-street parking from 30 spaces to 23. In reviewing the application, staff identified a series of discussion items that are in the P&Z's memo that is attached to your packet. They include compliance with the master plan, community housing mitigation, compatibility with residential units in the industrial zone district, the PUD amendment for the elevator to go up to 6 inches into the setback, the mixed-use parking reduction, and then some other fees, as well as sustainable building regulations were all discussion items for the P&Z. The P&Z, in reviewing the compliance with the master plan, identified several goals that relate to providing generally smaller market rate units, and they thought that they would be more attainable than the 3 3-bedroom units that were approved in 2013. Related to the community housing requirements, the 3 1-bedroom Category 3 units that were constructed previously to satisfy as the mitigation for the 3 market rate units that were approved would still satisfy the mitigation requirements for breaking it up into 6 smaller units because it's based on the percentage of the square footage, which isn't changing. The 6 1-bedroom units are taking up the same square footage that the 3 3-bedroom units would. Also, the 3 category units is still more than 20% of the total units in the development. So there isn't a mitigation requirement added. The P&Z did recommend a condition that the deed restricted category units be changed in terms of their category from a Category 3 to a Category 2. And this is because the town code changed since 2013 and adjusted the level at which mitigation could be provided down to a Category 2. So that is included in the draft conditions. There's also a provision in the ordinance that would allow the applicant to take advantage of any changes to category levels that may be done here in the near future, because we're going to be considering code changes to the affordable housing requirements in the near future based on the housing study. So there's a condition that they could take advantage of those if they help them. Other topics included compatibility of the residential units with the industrial uses. And the P&Z, in reviewing that, went back to the original approvals from 2013, and there were limitations on the industrial uses that could be in the building in the 2013 approval. And you see them here on your screen. They're more light industrial type of uses, including office space. So that was the requirement in 2013 to ensure compatibility with the residential use. As I noted, there is a request for the elevator to be extended into the required setback through a PUD amendment. The applicant indicated this is the best location for it, and so the P&Z was supportive of the adjustment The stair that is shown outside of the elevator is already allowed to go in the setbacks per the exceptions from setbacks in the town code. And then finally, as I noted, the applicant has requested a mixed-use parking reduction on the site to go from 30 required spaces down to 23. There is an allowance for a mixed-use scenario to reduce the parking by 25%. The applicant has provided a report that's part of their application from FHU, and it analyzes the parking. They've identified that in their observations, typically only between 10 and 11 spaces are actually used on the site currently, which leaves sufficient room for the adjustment that's proposed as part of this application to go from 3 3-bedroom units to 6 1-bedroom units. There are other conditions such as requiring the applicants meet sustainable building regulations on finishing off the units. And so this evening, staff would suggest hearing applicant comments, taking public comments as it is a public hearing, and then providing council discussion. As I noted, ultimately the P&Z recommended approval with the conditions that you have in your draft ordinance. Let me stop sharing my screen here. As I noted, we do have the applicants here. Guys, do you have any additional comments for the council?
Thanks, James, for that explanation. Very helpful. And we appreciate your time to look at the application here. We just wanted you to know that we're trying to create affordable housing for the area, and we feel like this product of 1-bedroom units is more appropriate in the Mid-Valley Business Center. It's more industrial, and it seems to be a better product than 3 bedrooms. Oftentimes in a 3-bedroom, you're either going to have a family or 3 unrelated parties, and we think the 1-bedrooms fit much nicer. And we're taking on some expense to put an elevator in here and pay the fees and go through this application process. The one thing that we are asking the town council is the affordable housing units are category 3 now, and the land use code has changed, and so by changing the approval from 3 3-bedrooms to 6 1-bedrooms, they want the category to go down to 2. The way we expect the development to operate is all 6 1-bedrooms and the 3 category restricted bedrooms hopefully will rent the same. You know, we don't want one less than the other or more. You know, we want everyone to be on even par in there. And there have been category 3 units in there, and the rentals are right around category 3. And we just ask that you keep it that way. We're hoping that the code may change, and so the requirement might change to category 3, but there's no assurance that the code may change. So we would like to make that request here today. And I think that's all.
All right. Thank you. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comments to a public hearing. So I will go ahead and open that and see if anybody wants to come up or if there's anybody online.
If you're online and would like to make comments on this application to the town council, if you could please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any, so I will go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to questions from the council.
Well, I'm just going to let everyone know, I used to work in this building for multiple years. So it's actually great to see her coming to try to redevelop it. So I have no connection to it anymore, but I literally worked in Building A for probably 10 years. So very familiar with this building and think it's the perfect spot. I'm going to guess people are going to be concerned about parking. There's a lot of on-street parking available also in this neighborhood. So that's one thing to consider, especially with the commercial uses that are already going on in the building. Some of those people could park on the street and still be within throwing distance of where they were parking before. So that's not a concern to me. I guess my question to James would be, what would be the rental difference between a category 2 and a category 3? Because obviously that's going to adjust their thought. That's what they're asking about.
I have that. Let's see. It will be, for the one-bedroom units, the difference is about $350 a month.
So category 2 is?
Category 2 for a one-bedroom is $22.55, and category 3 is $27.06.
And can maybe Michelle or James remind me, in the housing study that we just saw, where are we falling short on, because these will be rental units, so where are we falling short within that rental unit needs?
Yeah, we have the biggest displacement of low-income households earning between 30 and 60% AMI, so that's category 1.
So this doesn't really touch that either way. I mean, obviously you're closer in category 2.
Right.
Yeah.
And to be clear, they have to have how many total units? 3? So 50, half of it, or just 2 of them?
Yeah, there's 3 deed-restricted units that are there now, and they have to maintain those 3 deed-restricted units.
So it'd be 3 total.
Yeah, and, you know, as...
Building B, right? The existing units?
Yes, building B.
Well, I'll go.
Yeah, go for it.
I think this is kind of what we're looking for when we have a space that's available that hasn't been developed but has been sitting there for 11 years. And I'm assuming that there were parkland fees and school dedication fees paid with the original development, and that included 3 3-bedroom units, and they're converting it to 6 one-bedrooms. To me, that's a pretty big community benefit. Parking spaces should be less than what would be required for 9 bedrooms versus 6. And, you know, if there is a category 2, category 3 negotiation here, then I think we need to look at what is the cost of coming through this process and what have they already reinvested in the town with their original approvals, and not create some incentives in this situation as opposed to other disincentives. You know, I just think it's well-known, that area, it's dense now. We've had conversations before about the uses below these living spaces. I've really never had anybody come up to me and complain about it. So it's infill. It's definitely staying away from a new build.
I certainly like the idea of, converting it to one-bedroom units because of that area, because of the high commercial use. It's highly more likely that you're going to have a single person want to live there than a family that's going to need 3 bedrooms. So I applaud you for that. I think it's a much more appropriate use for that area.
I concur with what they said. My one request would be, if we're reducing the parking, just to make sure that we have a recycle station or something to make sure that it continues to be transit connected. But I think it's great to see that filled with more units and more one-bedrooms, and to have those category units as well.
Where is the closest WeCycle station, or do you guys know?
Willits, no, actually, I'm sorry, at the intersection of Willits and Highway 82, across from the mobile home park.
Across from the mobile home park, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Is
it's...
it possible to get one closer, just so as we add a little infill and density here, we can get people to that bus stop?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's also a highly used trail behind, because this is across from, if people aren't familiar with the neighborhood, there's condos across the street from this, like a lot of, not a lot, but a good amount, and then it backs up to
Medical
the
center.
second part of the Basalt Industrial Park. So there's plenty of walking, there's plenty of room, the traffic's fairly low through there.
The trail goes through East Valley.
Yeah, I think there's a trail like back in there somewhere that's never been fully. It's something we talked about a lot when Glenn was on council and when we were buying those lots, but I don't think we've ever revisited if we could.
It's back on the post-25 work plan.
There you go. Easy answer.
I think most of this sounds great. The parking, I'm not concerned with it. I mean, reading the report and knowing that there's a lot of on-street parking and it makes sense. And what else I have here in my notes? Yeah, I mean, I think the compatibility with the industrial zone. I mean, there's a whole bunch of condos across the street. I mean, it seems just fine to me. The only thing we just got to figure out the categories for the community housing requirements. But the category 3 tenants that are already in there, and I know there was a note about at renewal it would change if it was going to change. As long as those people are in there, like re-upping their lease, we'll leave it alone. It would be when somebody actually moves out if we were to change categories. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's how the condition that P&Z recommended is structured.
Not a renewal, but actually moving out.
Yeah, actually
New
moving.
tenants.
Not, yep.
Yeah, okay. How do you guys all feel about the category 3 and leaving that to remain?
Is there any room for a compromise, right? I mean, we asked for 1 to be moved to category 2 and 2 stay category 3, or, I mean, I don't know, just throwing that out there. Does it have to be an all or nothing?
Maybe there's, they're adding, changing 3 units into 6. Maybe one of those goes to a category unit.
Yeah, I mean, because if you're going to keep all the rents in that ballpark anyway, if we were to make,
That's the intent.
yeah, put a category on one of the new ones, that could be an option.
So have 4 category 3s? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah,
Right,
potentially,
yeah, just kind of
Crunch the
opening up the
numbers.
conversation to some kind of compromise is, they want to keep them category 3, P&Z wants them to be category 2, so if we add a deed restricted unit, as Dieter suggested, so we have 4 cat 3s instead of 3 cat 2s, yeah, I think just getting the ball rolling on those
Yeah.
kinds of ideas.
And it seems as though there's enough demand that would get filled, so if you're hoping to rent in that ballpark anyway, hopefully it wouldn't take too much out of rent for you guys as well.
It's definitely a 2-income whole house.
I guess I just worry, is then that meeting the need of people who need a category 2? If P&Z is saying that's what we're in need of, to me, adding another category 3 doesn't satisfy that need.
I think too, this could also be young professionals and not necessarily people that are 60% of the AMI. They may be a little bit higher on the scale of wages. Young architect or
If
whoever.
I may, just to be clear, the P&Z was just more interested in the code being evenly applied. That there's need for category 2 and category 3. So as you're kind of thinking through that, it was more of just about having the code evenly applied and not so much, because there's, as we all know, need in all of the categories, so.
Given that it's existing housing, I'm kind of like, I agree with that the philosophy of like the code, you guys know this, consistency of being everything evenly applied, but the fact that it's already in existence the way it is,
And it's
and it's
approved.
working, that if this was a new development where you're just building from the ground up, I'd have a different opinion. This is a different situation where it's existing, so that's kind of where I'm coming from.
And I think regarding people being able to live out their lease regardless of what happens to categories,
Yeah.
I think making sure that the people that are in those units have housing stability for as long as they are in those units is important and clearly understood and happening.
All right.
There's no stability there now, it's empty.
Oh, well, there's that.
Well, no, there's 3 units.
I know, but we're talking about 6 more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that
for
are-
the 3 that are
Yeah, it's
category 3 as it
unfinished.
stands.
Right. It's-
Do you have anybody in the up there now in the three bedrooms?
Well, there's only one.
One
Two
built,
of them
right?
are unfinished, but yes, there's been a tenant there for, you could speak to how long, I'm not sure. offhand.
About 11 years.
Okay.
In the category 3 units,
That's an open market, that's an A building.
and how long have the tenants been there, would you say?
In category 3?
Yeah, in the category 3 units.
Years.
Years. You know, long-term tenants is,
You might want to shift the mic if you're about.
sorry.
Oh. I'm not looking to go out and be a slumlord. I'm just looking to try to contribute toward the community.
Yeah.
And I want to stick with what I know. There's 9 apartments that are going to be available, and the buildings total 17,000 square feet. So you can imagine when bikes are coming and going, people are coming and going, they're going to talk with each other. Well, if you're paying that kind of rent, that's ridiculous. How come I'm not paying that kind of rent? And I don't want to set myself up for that failure. I just want to keep it like it's been for the last many years.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think we've all said something and made our comments. What do we want to do now? Do we want to add a condition? So it would be like an amendment or a condition to the add a category 3 unit in building building A. Yeah, building A. That's what
Wait,
we would be
I
doing.
beg your pardon, sir?
Sorry, yeah, that was confusing. So we would, I think what we're discussing, like, or unless you guys want to go back and talk amongst yourselves, but adding a category 3 unit is what it seems like the council may be interested in doing. I just want to see if you would be amenable to that.
We would probably want to discuss that, because they're free market units. We
Yeah.
don't need to rent them. They could be sold individually. So what you're proposing is to take away one of those free market units and make it a rental. And so that's a pretty different product. And if that's the compromise that you guys are comfortable with, I think that we would like to discuss it to see if that's where we'd want to go.
We wouldn't want to go there. Pure and simple. It's just precisely for that reason. I mean, why would I compromise an open market unit just to get 6 1-bedrooms? I could do the three bedrooms still.
And not pay for the elevator and not pay the additional fees that we're incurring with this application.
Deed restrictions or categories or anything.
Okay. Well,
You talked about maybe selling that unit. Would you be open to selling that with a deed restriction, or that's just totally off the table for you guys?
Off the table.
so you'd like to stick with 3 category 3s in the other building?
Yes, sir.
Keep it.
Well, I like the idea of the infill. I think that's the way to go. If one of the 6, because I can understand your perspective, if one of the 6 is, why would you part it out like that? That makes sense to me. But then I would probably swing back towards what the P&Z has recommended, moving the category 3s to 2s in the ones that exist already. Then the free market is whatever you make of it. So that's also another direction we could look
Yeah.
at.
Yeah, that's what the code says, essentially.
And do you guys approve of that or no?
Well, isn't it going to be a possibility or potential that there's going to be in the new code determination that the P&Z wanted us to be in the mid-range, in the middle.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding that there actually was going to be five categories.
Not yet, but we've discussed that, yeah.
Right, and there's a consideration that the code may change, and so what we've talked about is just rolling the dice a little bit and waiting to record an approval from you guys and to see if the code changes or not. And if the code doesn't change, we could choose not to record the approval, in which case the community will get 3 3-bedrooms, which is not what we would like.
And either way, as long as you have your tenants in there and the category 3s, they'll essentially remain category 3s.
If they stay there and continue to pay rent, yeah, it'll be category 3. And then once they move out, you might have, 1 category 2 and 2 category 3s, and then 1 category 3 and 2 category 2s. It'll be a little awkward in the transition, the way the condition reads currently.
So kind of procedurally with changing categories, how does that work? Because we'd want to land on the, we haven't made the code changes yet. But if we were to want to land on the middle and the middle became 3, would that apply to everywhere, or would it just apply to these guys? Like, how does that work kind of procedurally?
Well, we in the conditions of approval that the Planning and Zoning Commission has considered, that there is language that basically says that if we change the code, they could take advantage of code changes. And we did something similar to that in the Parcel 5 approvals, if you remember back to that. So it's a similar circumstance.
So that's something that we're doing in specific applications. That's not going to be a blanket thing.
It's not a blanket.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
My understanding on the new categories, wouldn't the same categories stay the same, and you'd add category 4 and category 5 that are above these? So you really wouldn't adjust where level 3 is on AMI anyway, so.
Yeah, so what, excuse me, what could happen in the future is if the additional categories are adopted, the requirement is that usually there's a average category that's met. So you could end up with a category 1 and a category 5, and then also a category 2 or 3 in the middle. You're only dealing with 3 units here. Yeah. So, the benefit of having the averaged category requirement is pretty hard to achieve with 3 units. And I don't think you're not gonna get this variety you would get if you had a project with 10 units, let's say, because then you would have some category 1s, 2s, and all the way up. It's gonna be minimal, the change, frankly.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the average is 100% of the AMI, which is the line between category 2 and category 3.
Right.
And so the interpretation of the code the way it is today is these 3 units to meet the average needs to be category 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is, P&Z really grappled with this, which is why they just defaulted to the code. It's a hard conversation. You do have only 3 units here. They're important units for sure. And you have an existing resident there, so.
Well, I think I would like to see some kind of compromise if we're going to leave them at 3, like something else, community benefit wise. But I'm not sure what you guys would be willing to do.
There's a part of me that views the community benefit as the 6 one-bedroom units. I feel like that is the community benefit, the fact that they're adding 6 one-bedroom units to the community. And I don't know, I'm kind of like, I don't know that I see for 3 units a big enough difference between 2 and 3 to hinder the progress towards that.
I agree with it. I mean, I think we're looking for the infill. that's the, you know, they're not building a brand new building somewhere out, you know, pushing a growth boundary or anything. This is, you know, the double the units.
Yeah.
I guess as long as they get built, you know, who knows how long they'll sit there empty for, but as long as they get built, I feel like that is the community benefit as well. And to, you know, to move forward, I think that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think if there's an allowable path within the code, which it sounds like there is, to honor the previous, the prior approvals of category 3. We don't have to make the change to 2 per the new code. I tend to just want to say, go for it. I approve as it is without any changes.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
my
agree to
inclination.
that as well.
The parking makes sense, the use makes sense. You know, I don't know that we want to penalize applicants to death over kind of nitpicking these things.
I wouldn't go so far to
Well,
say.
I know, but I also understand as a developer, like,
We want
within the code
right.
to allow it.
We want
You know,
more of
I
these to come
agree.
forward, I think. And
Yeah.
we want
Units
this
is
to
good.
happen more, and we shouldn't, you know,
Using space that's sitting there unutilized. Yeah, I agree. I kind of tend to want to reward this more than penalize it. And from a developer's perspective, I can understand the pushback. So, yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, if I may, my compromise is a significant fiscal compromise. The elevator is almost plus 200,000 plus.
Is that required by the code?
Yeah, because she's going from 3 to 6.
The difference is 4 to 6.
Yes.
And it has to accommodate a stretcher for the fire department. It's
Which is
not
why
just.
It's not just a little guy, it's,
We don't do them little here.
It needs to be a commercial grade elevator.
Yeah. All right, well, no, I think given that there are already 3s, we could go with that. I can go with that. I'd entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move the town council approve ordinance number 12, series of 2024 on first reading and continue and set the public hearing and second reading to October 8th, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
May I please clarify the motion? Is your motion to go with the 3 category 3 units instead of the P and Z's recommendation?
Yeah, leave it as category 3.
Correct.
Thank you.
thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, we have to vote.
We have to vote. I think you're going to be ahead of ourselves. I think
It's
you're
been a long
okay.
time since I've been in this seat.
Sir, I didn't get your name. I didn't hear your name.
Sonny Stutzman?
No, I know Sonny. I know you.
Kevin
Sonny.
Michelson?
Oh,
Kevin Michelson, thank you.
All right, Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let us begin with Angela Anderson,
Yes.
Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Angel Dupre-Bouchard,
Yes.
Brian Slack,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler,
yes.
Hannah Berman.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate
Thanks
it.
for your time.
Thank you.
See you next month. All right, moving right along. Item 7E.
Love it. Just give it to me.
Public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 18, series of 2024. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, granting special review, site plan review, mixed-use parking reduction, community housing review, and payment in cash in lieu of off-street parking for the conversion of the second floor commercial space into up to 7 residential units, 175 Midland Avenue, Basalt, Colorado. James, here you go again.
Yeah, thank you. Have them all in a row here.
Save them all for today.
Let's keep talking. We do have the applicants here with us this evening. We've got Kayla Crew representing the HOA, and Kale can present his team here as part of the applicant comments. This is a public hearing and first reading of an ordinance on an application submitted by the Frying Pan Inn Owners Association. They're requesting to convert the commercial office space on the upper floor of the 175 Midland building, which is known as the Iron Horse Building, into up to 7 studio residential units. The application includes a special review, site plan review, community housing review, Special review to waive the private open space requirement, mixed-use parking reduction, and then also payment of cash in lieu of parking. The review process required the Planning and Zoning Commission to make a recommendation to Town Council on all the land use actions being requested, and then Council has an ordinance in your packet for consideration. The subject property is the Iron Horse Building at 175 Midland Avenue. You can see it here on the vicinity map you have on the screen. It's adjacent to Timber Neo as well as the Basalt Center Circle subdivision. The subject property currently contains 7 two-story commercial office spaces, and you can see a picture of it right here. They have a series of uses that range from offices to a photographer. It is Zone C2, which is the downtown commercial zone district. It currently contains 10 to 11 off-street parking spaces, and there's also some other parking on the street that's on their property. And there is an access drive that runs to the computer is frozen again, that runs just to the west. There we go. You can see it here. It runs to the east of the existing building, and it goes to a parking lot in the back of the property. The proposal, as I identified, is to remove the internal stairs from each of the 7 individual two-story commercial units and convert the upper floor commercial office space into up to 7 studio units that would be about 300 square foot per studio. In reviewing the application, staff identified a series of discussion items that are in the Planning and Zoning Commission's memo that's attached in your packet. They included master plan compliance and C2 zone district consistency, the community housing requirements, parking, private open space waiver, the accessibility requirements of the units, the requirement for fire sprinkler and alarm system, sustainable building regulations, as well as the vested rights. In reviewing the application, the Planning and Zoning Commission felt that multiple goals of the master plan were met, which encouraged residential density in downtown core area, close to transit and services, as well as incorporating mixed-use live-work concepts. As noted, the building is in the C2 zone district, which allows for multifamily on the upper floor through a special review. So the proposed residential use may be permitted on the second floor. In terms of the community housing requirements, there is a page in the P&Z staff memo that identifies the calculations. For the commercial space that is being removed, the affordable housing credit would be 675 square feet. And then for the proposed residential use, the mitigation requirement would be 573 square feet. So the Planning and Zoning Commission did not require affordable housing mitigation given the credit for the commercial being removed. In terms of the parking, as was noted, there are currently 10 to 11 off-street parking spaces on the site, but there's also some credit for on-street parking spaces that are actually on the applicant's property. And so when you review it, they would be basically 3 spaces short of what is required by the code. Related to the parking provisions, the town staff as well as the police department requested that the applicant remove the last space here and convert it into a turnaround so that people can that park in these spaces can turn around down here and come back out towards Midland Avenue with a forward motion instead of backing out. Additionally, there was a requirement that they provide a ADA parking space, and they proposed that as part of their plan. So given that they would be approximately 3 spaces short with a mixed-use parking reduction, the applicant has proposed to pay cash in lieu for those 3 spaces, which would amount to about $30,000. Parking is of concern, especially with the institution of the parallel parking on Midland Avenue. However, the town will be looking at time parking once the Midland Streetscape project is completed, and so that will help spaces turn over for businesses. The draft conditions that you have in the ordinance would require the applicants to pay cash in lieu for approximately 3 spaces. Other discussion items that came up during the P&Z's review included the private open space requirement. Residential units are required to provide private open space of 50 square foot, and this is usually done in either a private deck or balcony of some sort, or can also be combined into kind of a common open space area. In this case, the applicants indicated that there's really not a good space for a private open space, given that this is conversion of existing commercial space into residential units. And staff identified during the review that there is kind of a small open area next to Midland Avenue, but the P&Z thought that that would be kind of awkward to add that as a private open space. So they were in support of waiving the private open space requirement. Other discussion topics included accessibility of the residential units. The building does not currently have an elevator or a lift in it, and because they would be proposing to potentially provide more than 4 units, would be required to incorporate a lift per the building code requirements. So the applicant has identified a location that they would propose to put a lift. In the P&Z's review, the P&Z was accepting of applicant's proposed condition that the lift wouldn't have to be put in until before a CO on the 4th unit in the building, which is the building code's trigger. Other topics that the P&Z tackled included the vested rights. The town code provides for 3 years of vested rights. The applicants have proposed 10. And it's been generally the town's policy to limit the amount of vested rights to short periods so that future code changes could be applied if the vested rights ran out. So the P&Z recommended a compromise of providing for 5 years of vested rights with the applicant's potential to come back to council to get an extension. So in total, the P&Z felt that there were some challenges related to parking, but it satisfied some of the master plan goals and was a good place for housing. So they were supportive of the application. They thought that there were benefits of adding accessibility to the building, as well as improving fire safety and accessibility. So staff this evening would recommend that you take applicant comments, take public comments as it is a public hearing, and provide council discussion. Council would have several decision options. You could approve the ordinance on first reading. You could make amendments to the conditions if you felt there were adjustments that were needed, and then approve it on first reading, or you could table it if you needed additional information. Running out of voice here, so I might turn it over to the applicants to see if they have comments.
Do you want to introduce first?
Yeah, I'll introduce. Hi. I know some of you, not everybody, but my name is Cale LaCrue, and my business partner, Justin Strebe, and I have owned Unit 1 in this building since 2008. Been through the process of dispensaries and everything else that's in there, and looking to utilize the special review process to be able to convert the upstairs unit to residential as well. So On behalf of the HOA, we did take a vote. 6 of the 7 units are in favor of going through the process to do so. And it's been, a long process, but we're getting so close now. So I think generally speaking, James, and thank you, by the way, James, does a great job as always. So we're here with Peak Architecture and Planning, Dustin and Molly, and Haley Carmer with Garfield and Hecht, who's our attorneys representing the HOA. And I don't think I have too much more to say than that. So.
Okay. Perfect. And thanks, Council, for sticking around for us this evening. I know you've got a big agenda, so we'll try to keep it brief. As Kale said, James did a great job of the overview of our application. I just wanted to give a couple additional background details and then talk through a couple of provisions of the ordinance. First of all, the reason that we had proposed a delay in the installation of the lift is because not every owner may choose to convert. So the way this approval that we're asking for is to allow any of the 7 owners to do that, but on what schedule they might decide to do that is up to each owner. These units will stay in single ownership, so even though residential's up top, commercial's on bottom, they're not separate units that could be sold separately. So we'll still have 7 condominium units, just with the different uses on the different levels. So the timeline of when 4 units may come online is unknown. It would be up to each owner to elect to proceed with that conversion. So that was sort of the background for that requested timeline on installation of the lift, and also obviously the cost to give the HOA time to make the assessments they need to pay for that. And the condition in the ordinance articulates how that would happen. A similar concept is behind our request for the extended vested rights of 5 years. Owners need time to fund the conversion, and so because it's not all happening at once, that additional 2-year buffer gives the owners time to budget and plan for that conversion. So those are the 2 pieces I wanted to just give some clarification on. Related to the parking fees, James did a good job of explaining how we got to the number we're at. One thing we would ask council to consider is potentially splitting that payment into half of it at the time of CO on the first conversion, payment on the second half for the second conversion, again, because the uses aren't changing until owners elect to go through that conversion process. And the ordinance does talk about the applicant being able to take advantages of changes to the code with respect to parkland dedication, to school land dedication. So we would ask council to consider a similar condition for the parkland fees, and that those be paid at the time of CO instead of building permit issuance, to keep those 2 development fees, impact fees consistent in how they're applied, and having that opportunity to take advantage of, or to be subject to those changes when the new residential units actually come online. But otherwise, we're happy to answer questions, provide additional clarification. I think it was mentioned in the packet, but the covenants do allow for residential use, so we're aligning the use in the zoning with what's already approved in the covenant, so there isn't an issue on the private covenant side on adding the residential to these units.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and thank you for all that. And let's go ahead and do our public hearing. So I will go ahead and open the public hearing here. I know we have some people coming up. As a reminder, you got 3 minutes. Make sure sign your name in the back of the room, and come on up when you're ready.
Hi.
Well,
I'm Aubrey. I own unit number 5. And sorry, I'm going to read off my phone because I'm bad at speaking. I bought my unit 5 years ago in hopes of running my photo studio for around the next 20 years plus. Converting the upstairs to residential does not give me enough space to run a studio or have my employees. A large cost being incurred by bringing the building up to residential code does not benefit my business. I purchased this unit purely for commercial use, not an investment property like some of the owners. But I also don't want to prevent them from moving forward. I am requesting that we are given more than 5 years to convert. 10 years would be preferable so that I can continue to run my business. Any shorter than that, and I will have to move my business out of downtown, which I don't want to do. Or convert and lose all the money that we're putting in through the HOA to pay for the conversion. I love being in downtown and I want to stay and contribute. being given more leeway in the conversion time would enable me to keep my business in downtown. So, thank you.
Hi, my name is John Wyman. I'm part owner of Unit 6. I have a lot of questions and stuff, but I'll keep it short. First of all, 3 of the units, number 2, number 3, and number 7, are presently occupied by residents. They've got around it by going and getting business permits. They are people living there. Unit 2 has a couple and a child living in it. And there's a lot of fire codes that we have to put fire between commercial and residential. And they've been in violation for years. That's my first concern. My second one is 105 feet. We have a 3-foot overhang on the back of the building. It's sunk 3 inches. People are pouring cement up there to level their floors. Our former president, who now I've been told wasn't Rod, wouldn't let people do that. I have new cracks in the building. And I think that should be addressed before we move forward with any kind of conversion. My worst nightmare happened. I've asked that we block it off so the neighbors next door don't pick their trash up back there. This is the second time when I worked with the police chief. The lab back there, their dumpster was tipped over by a bear, took the trash out. I have blood vials with people's names on them. Hypodermic needles. This happened yesterday, and I've complained about it repeatedly. We're not addressing that situation in the building. I'm not sure what the elevator cost. I don't think it's $10,000. I think it's going to be very high to put the elevator in. I disagree. I think if they're going to convert them, they should put that elevator in before any of the units get built upstairs. Number 7, the owner of number 7 disparaged my girlfriend because we've been forced to go in and pay the fees for something we never intend on converting. I'm putting an art, music, recording studio upstairs. What does that do when I'm up there drumming, playing piano? I already have my piano up there. What does that do to the residents on each side of me? You know, I'm not getting any answers from my HOA. I also have a fish company, so if that doesn't work, I'm going to smoke fish upstairs, which I'm allowed to have a kitchen up there. You know, it doesn't go over 250 degrees of smoke hood, 3 sinks, boom. But no one's telling me I can do this. They're taking this right away from me. We've owned the unit for 3.5 years. They redid the HOA for reasons unknown, told me that our former president of a year and a half wasn't the president, and they were not allowing signage on the building, and the signage that was there was poor. They finally came down to putting just a little directory up with all our names that you can't see from the street. I'm a hairdresser. I'm running hair back there. I did have a sign on the building temporarily. I picked permits up for them. I didn't get approval from the HOA. The former president took them down. When it's up, I increased my business by $100 a day. And that's been taken away from me. I was allowed to,
Thanks.
They voted for me to put a sign up on public property, which James told me I didn't need.
It's been 3 minutes. So.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? Anybody online? I don't see anybody online. All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Open it up for questions and comments. All right. Yeah, let's see what I got. So I was going to ask, is anybody living there already? Do we know that for certain, even before the comment?
So, as background on that, there has been complaints filed in the past and recently. Town staff has investigated. We've been out there several times in the evening looking for evidence of people living there, and didn't see any TVs or lights on when we were there. You know, and we went on weekends at like 9 o'clock just to try to catch somebody and haven't seen anybody. We did ask all the owners to provide a written statement identifying whether they have anybody living there or not. We did receive the written statements, and the owners have indicated that nobody's living there. That's the extent of the investigation that town staff has done so
Okay.
far.
Thank you. All right. What other questions and comments do you all have? There's a few discussion points. Maybe we can go that way just to keep it a little organized. Let me start with the community housing requirements. So just to double click on that, we have the square footage calculation. Question I had, it was around the unit count though, just given that there is going to be additional units and there's 20% unit count requirement. So how does that factor in the code? It's based on section 16.416.
Sure. When you look at the credit scenario that is provided for in Town Code section 16-420, there's an identification that when you're doing a credit scenario, you take into consideration the floor area and not the unit count. And so that being the case, staff has looked at the square footage scenario in terms of providing the credit.
Which section was that in?
16-420, and it's like the second or third sentence. And then traditionally, when there has been a credit scenario, we have used the square footage related to that credit and not gotten into unit count. Other examples where that has been done is the 104 Midland Avenue building, the second floor. They did conversions from office space. It's the building just behind Cece's Cafe. And so there was a square footage removal of commercial, addition of residential units in their place, and they weren't required to mitigate because the commercial being removed was more than the residential being provided.
So it's just to kind of play it back, we're basically, in the past, that's what we use is the square footage. We don't really use the unit count to.
Because if you use 20% of the units, it would be 20% of the units for 0 square footage, basically as the mitigation.
Kind of, yeah. So, okay, fair enough. I'll go ahead and do another one unless somebody else.
Well, I mean, we can go going down the list. We can talk about parking.
Well, anything else on the community housing stuff we want to talk about?
Yeah, I guess I'm just want to be clear. So there's 7 unit, they're proposing 7 units up top, but those are actually individualized units that may or may not be converted to a condominium.
Well, they're all
The discretion of.
Residential.
It's a discretion of the owner, and it has to be the downstairs and upstairs is one whole thing, and that person would decide, I want to convert, and they'd have that option.
So if enough people, like, if the presumption is all 7 people are converting, then those where the numbers are based off of, but it could be 1 person converts, and then what would the housing matter at that point in time?
It'd be a
Or
little
if
impractical.
2 convert, then, so I guess for me, I just don't see that as an issue because they're each individual owners.
Well, it sounds like we have precedent for using the square footage calculation anyway.
So I guess, so then if you go, and I don't want to skip the parking thing, but I'll wait until we get to that on the list, but then that would kind of follow into, if they don't want to convert, well, I'll wait till we get to that spot.
Yeah, I'm not moving on to parking, but sticking on this. I want some clarification on exactly what's happening here. I'm just confused. So right now, there are 7 commercial units that have stairs within each one that are all individually owned and part of an association.
Correct.
The proposal is that there is an option for each owner to take the stairs out and convert the upper level into residential and keep the lower level as commercial.
Yes.
But each owner is not required to do so.
Correct.
They could maintain their unit as one commercial upstairs and downstairs. The issue is that the fees, the costs across the board to do the conversion for the building are being assessed equally, whether or not you decide to participate in the conversion or not. And when I say issue, I mean issue amongst dissenting homeowners, basically.
Including the
Through the
elevator when you
HOA.
hit that
Through the HOA, yeah. Okay, that's what, in tracking with the public comment, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding correctly. Okay.
I guess the one qualification there would be like parkland and school, those are unit by unit. So those things would be borne by the owner, but anything like the lift or certain of the fire suppression system, that would be a communal cost because it improves the building as a whole. But then there are other related sprinkler improvements that are unit by unit. So those costs are solely borne by the owners choosing to convert, but there are common costs that would be unit or spread across the whole association.
So then to go back, Dieter, to your comment about and community housing, yeah, it would be hard to dictate
Right,
a
'cause-
requirement not knowing how many commercial to residential conversions
Right.
we're going to see.
But even with the calculation of that we use typically.
It seems to
it's a
not
moot
matter anyways, it's a moot point. That same assumption that we don't know the number of conversions does play into then the parking.
Yeah, for sure.
Because that's where I see, I mean, we have not taken parking away, but we have moved parking on Midland. And let's assume, as you have for your renderings and stuff, that all 7 convert. I have a serious concern about where those 7 people are gonna park. There's not gonna be parking available in Midland, who are we kidding? Like, if I'm living there, where am I parking?
Well, and short-term rentals are allowed too. I think I read in the P and Z minutes. Is that correct? Somebody asked that, as are allowed.
Mhm. Yes, they are.
Yes, as part of the ordinance, they would be permitted.
So.
Which exacerbates the problem. Yeah. If STRs are allowed, I mean, that makes the problem worse as far as parking is concerned. Well, no, I know.
James, what is our requirement on a studio square footage? Don't we have like a
Minimum.
Yeah.
We do for deed restricted units. We have a minimum square foot, and I think it's, I can get you that answer.
For the minimum square footage for a deed restricted studio is 415 square feet.
And just out of curiosity, I know these aren't deed restricted, to clarify that,
Yeah.
but what would be the square footage on these studios?
So upstairs is about
115.
Oh, sorry. I think the upstairs unit is about 330 square feet total. And regarding parking, so there are 7 units, and there's actually 7 on-site parking spaces plus 1 ADA handicap space. Okay, so during the P&Z meeting, I know it was mentioned where the spaces are actually assigned per unit. The concept from the parking and the calculations I went through is during the day, commercial people are using the parking. In the evening, residents can use the parking. But yeah, the parking calculations, obviously those can be run through however that was put together. But
7 in total to service what could end up being 14 units, 7 commercial and 7 residential.
potentially, yes, but the concept is that if sometimes the residents are not going to be there while the commercial people are working downstairs, or if they are, it's a live-work situation. So, but
I guess my concern is if you have someone working in the building, like your hair cutter, and then someone drives to get their hair appointment, all of a sudden we needed 2 in that one. I'd imagine you have folks coming to the photo studio. That I'm getting a little stuck on the number 2, though normally I'm someone who likes minimizing parking.
Or the resident in the residential unit works from home, like me, so their car just sits there all day.
So just to clarify, the 7 are off street, like actually off street, plus the 8th ADA, and then we're counting 4 head-ins that are there at least today, I think, or when the application was done, which will, so that counts as the 12, but one of those are going to become a parallel, but for the purposes of the application, it's the 4.
And I think we're required, based on the calculations, we're required to have 2.89 additional parking spaces, so that's where the cash in lieu of parking spaces came into play.
So as far as, I know Chief Knott wrote a referral letter, talking about restrictions for snow, and, we need to make sure that whoever's parking on the street follows the rules, which is, no, keep me honest, 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., snow events, and no permits or anything granted, exemptions. Obviously the ordinances around the snow events and the 3 to 6 stand. But I agree, we should not have any kind of, it's just, these are parking permits for this building, like, if we go forward. So I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I said that, Steve, anybody disagrees.
I think, this is a future issue staring you in the face with this HOA deal. And I'm not seeing a plan that everybody's willing to jump on board with. And I don't know how you're going to convince 7 of them to agree to this to agree to what you're going through. We've heard from 2 out of 7 that are a little bit skeptical.
Well, we've already.
But we don't, we don't manage HOAs. So, but to have this issue out there, this is going to come back for the next 10 years to have a review of an individual that wants to convert his unit into a residential unit. And the short-term rental thing, that doesn't really meet any of my community housing guidelines. And I just think that taking a step back here and going and trying to come up with a cohesive idea of how this is going to work, because right out of the gate here, it's not feeling warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. You got to think, if you've got 3 people that want to convert, then is the pressure on or off of the 4th person? Because that triggers the expense of the elevator, which isn't going to
which everybody pays, which I would.
And then where does that go? It seems, it's hard to connect all these dots into something that is warm and fuzzy. I want to be warm and fuzzy too.
I guess, may I respond?
Yeah.
To that point, the HOA did take a vote before even embarking on this process to make sure they had a majority buy-in to even begin to spend the money it costs to proceed. So that discussion did happen, and that's, Cale mentioned, the 6 out of the 7 were in favor of knowing that they would be incurring cost even just to get up to this point of the land use piece and consultants and whatnot. So that's where, if there wasn't that support in the beginning, we wouldn't be here before you guys tonight. So there is enough support of this concept to have gotten to this point. And again, the reason for the vested rights extension was to allow that time to fund it is more, I think, the concern than the lack of desire. Having the commercial does help, or excuse me, the residential does help with property values too. So there is a benefit there. And for folks that wanted to sell the unit, if they weren't looking now, but they know in the next 5 years, a future owner might want to do that, that gives them some additional value to their property. So that's why we are here today, because we had that initial buy-in.
What was I'm sorry, if it's in here, maybe I missed it. What was the number you presented for the elevator cost to the 7?
We are based on the initial research and everything, we're probably going to be looking at around $50,000 plus dollars.
So that was everybody had that number as they made their decision to vote?
Yeah, I mean, this is, we've been going through numbers, and, that was something that originally we didn't think we were going to need to have, but that's come up. Same thing with the fire suppression system. Originally, that was not part of it, but I think with code changes, Brooke Stott had to revise her recommendation. So, yeah, there's a few of the additional costs that have come up throughout this process, and I'm not going to lie, yeah, the amount of money that it's costing to try to convert 330 square feet to residential is pretty absurd. However, the property value of these units as commercial only is minimal.
Yeah.
Okay? So yes, we do have one HOA member who is adamantly opposed to it. You heard Aubrey and her arguments of wanting longer vested rights, which I also agree with, or maybe it's on a case-by-case basis. But we did go through, we took a vote, we discussed this of what it is. The people understand that the value increase of their property by having the residential component is probably about 2.5, if not 3x of their property value. So it is an investment towards the future. You can't sell the upper unit separately from the lower unit. So, and if people choose not to do the conversion, they have the option. So the investment is there to at least add the property value to it, because without it right now, there's not a lot there, honestly. Downtown needs housing. We know that. There's a lot of additional incurred costs here for something that might not be used, which is why we're asking for the lift to trigger with the 4th unit per code. And, we just had to replace all the roofs. We have to replace the decking. So there's a lot of costs that are coming into a building that has been here for 40 plus years. And it's a staple, and people look at this as one of the main buildings on the street. And it's either that or, eventually somebody's going to come in, buy the thing, tear it down, and try to put something else there. So we're trying to help maintain something of downtown and make the most of it. And unfortunately, you can look around and see that there's not a lot of options for this in downtown. And to try to make those units work as commercial only, you have 2 out of the 7 units that actually have an option to do that. We've owned this thing since 2008. We paid an enormous amount of money for it. We've been through the process to make it a dispensary. We have looked at every possible option there is for this. We've had architects come in and out. We've had real estate agents come in and out. In order to make the numbers work, the amount of money you have to charge for rent in 600 square feet does not add up for a local business based on the restrictions that you can have in there. And despite what John says, you can't put a commercial kitchen upstairs, okay? And I'm pretty sure that if you want to put a recording studio, you're going to have to get some other permits as well. So we have been through this almost 2 years now that we've been talking about this and working through this process to try to figure out how to do it. We took the vote with the HOA because people understand that properties that they may have paid $200,000 for 10 years ago could be worth closer to $1 million by having the residential option available. Whether or not they choose to convert it, there's value added to the property. There's also a need for residential units in the downtown core. We're also going to have to figure out how to make these things ADA compliant upstairs, so there's not a lot of room here. So it's really one of these things where I understand, the arguments and the pushbacks, but the amount of work and effort that it takes to try to add 7 potential residential units to the downtown core where there is not enough residences right now, we are putting a lot of money and time and effort into it. And we took the vote as an HOA, and everybody signed up. We have all the paperwork, all the documentation. So yes, we have somebody in the HOA who is adamantly against this, and he has been calling stuff in to everybody over the past year to try to get everybody in trouble. All we're trying to do is get through this and make it legitimate and try to put something out there that the HOA voted on and agreed to pursue.
Got it, yeah.
But my question is...
Michelle had a comment, and I'd like to...
I'm sorry, I have a question. My question is, it's great that you have buy-in from 6 of the 7, but there is still a 7th person, and you are incurring some significant costs. What happens to that person who says, I do not want to take on those costs. I feel that my personal feeling right now is that that is his right to not incur those costs because 6 of the other owners have decided that they would like to shoulder those costs.
And I think additionally, like, I hear your argument that having upstairs residential adds value, but to that individual owner, but small businesses add a lot of value to our town and to our community. And if it doesn't work for someone to not have their upstairs space as commercial value, I want to make sure that we're honoring and elevating that in this conversation.
I mean, we just sat here and had a conversation about honoring, the character of a neighborhood, right? Like, what was the original intention? And like, obviously the original intent of this building is that this is commercial space. And it's great that you have this idea and you want to execute that, but without buy-in from everybody else and everybody sharing these walls and you're incurring all these costs, I just don't see how you put that off onto a property owner who's not down to pay for it.
I think it's probably the bylaws of the HOA allow for it, so it's like, that's just,
Probably 70%.
they signed up for that when they bought the place.
would-
I hear what you're saying, but
It's the problem with the
I
HOA.
understand the argument. Michelle, did you have something?
I would just love to share with you that at the P&Z hearing, there were several other owners that were in attendance who were head over heels for this. So it's always tricky when you only have one side that shows up at a public hearing. But the experience was utterly different at P&Z. And so there was just a little bit more dialogue, if you will, from the other owners who were really excited about it. So just so that it's always hard when there's only one person that's speaking or you only hear one side, but just so you know that was the experience that we had at P&Z.
And I'm working under the assumption, which the attorney can correct me, that within their HOA covenants, there is a percentage that has to be met, and it has been met. So to have the dissenter is sad, but it's also fair, and it's within the covenants that he bought into when he bought into the building. My concern goes back to, you made the comment multiple times that there's a need for housing, there's a need for residential units. I question the kind of housing and the kind of residential units, because as we have determined, this is STRs would be allowed in this space per the zoning. And is that the kind of residential units and housing that we need? And is that the intention? To me, if we're bringing the fair market value of the unit from $200,000 to $1 million, like you said, by adding this, that's because you're going to be getting some pretty good rental income to justify that price. So I challenge more the nature of the change and kind of your reliance on the need for housing, the need for residential units. It's like, well, yeah, but what would you be charging for a studio apartment if it is a long-term renter? And is that really filling a need? Because the rent would have to be pretty high, again. And B, are most of the owners going to opt to do short-term rentals instead of long-term?
Sell them for a minute.
I was going to say, obviously, I can't answer on behalf of anybody else. We currently have 3 people that are interested in purchasing our unit number 1. I know for a fact that 2 of them are a live-work situation where they're going to operate their business downstairs and live in the unit upstairs. I don't know about the 3rd. I don't know about any of the other units. What I think has been brought up before, obviously STRs, I think people have to go through some type of approval process for that anyways. Mm-hmm. I think P&Z had mentioned something about, just like they've done in River Valley Ranch and other places around the valley, you can't have anything for less than, 30 days, 60 days or something like that. We currently don't have anything in, I think, our bylaws for that, but I'm sure that could be a point of discussion as well. So I don't know what other people's interests are, but I do know that from an STR standpoint, it sounds like there's already some other barriers that have to get passed anyways, that regulations could be put on as far as timeframes go. I do agree. I don't necessarily think of this as, weekend renters coming in here. I'm just looking at the valley and the people that I know that are struggling to find any place to live. They're single or a couple, no kids, and they can't find anywhere to live. So yes, STRs are always going to be an issue, but that's not our intent. I can't speak on behalf of the other owners, but obviously there's other hurdles in the process to get there that regulations could be put in place.
So Michelle, or I don't know Michelle, but short-term rentals, and I don't think they belong here in this building, in this situation. Is there a way that we can somehow not allow those to be in that building? Is there a mechanism we can use for that? Because I think that would, the parking thing is kind of a symptom of what might go on there, and the short-term rentals is like the wrong direction and would just exacerbate parking. So what can we do? What's in our power to do about that?
Yeah, I guess it certainly could be a condition of your approval. I suppose there's a method to potentially, that might be enough. It could be something where we end up doing a deed restriction. No, that wouldn't be a way. Scratch that. I think it could be a condition of approval, probably.
I think I would have to see that personally in there. Ryan?
I might have missed it in the presentation, but you can only convert the top. Could you convert the whole unit into a condo? And why not? Is that just part of the HOA thing?
It's part of the zoning, C2R2. So the downstairs is always going to remain commercial, which is a point I wanted to bring up. We're not taking away business space from the core. Right now, businesses are operating in there. You even heard John, he's going to have a hair studio downstairs and wanted to do something else upstairs. Aubrey has her studio upstairs, but you can't have two separate businesses in there currently. That's not possible. So right now, I think when these were originally designed a long time ago, they had in mind live-work situation, but it was never actually finalized as a residential because the stairs were in there, so it was a commercial use. So, yeah.
Thanks, sorry.
Still don't understand what to do about the parking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the
somebody's
parking's
there
a
during
big
the day
hurdle.
and then somebody's there in the evening, and it doesn't make any sense.
It would make me much more comfortable to condition this to not allow STRs, for sure.
That would help with the parking.
And it would certainly, yeah, it wouldn't,
in the long
wouldn't
run.
make the parking worse. I mean, like, STRs would make it worse, but,
100%.
yeah. I like the idea of an business owner buying it and operating and living upstairs. I think that is actually a great solution to keep some small businesses in the core. And so I like that. I mean, if you're really aiming for a sales price of $1 million, I would question who that wants to live in 330 square feet, and what kind of business they're operating that allows them to afford that. Because you're definitely working off of a single income, and if it's a double income, I love my husband, but I don't want to live in 330 square feet with him. So to me, I don't know, I see a lot of conflicting things here that I can't seem to resolve.
Can I just start a fresh question, a line of question?
Yeah, go for
Can we
it.
talk about the fire mitigation? So it has to be done throughout the residential units unless the person opts to not convert. And then there isn't, or is industrial or commercial mitigation downstairs?
So we are putting in the fire riser in the crawl space, and it will have taps ready to go for each unit. So once that upstairs does get converted to residential, they tap off to do the sprinklers upstairs.
Okay.
But it's not required for the commercial space.
So there is no fire mitigation downstairs?
No.
Does the fire line have to be upsized?
There is a requirement. Hi, I'm Dustin Anderson, Peak Architecture. There is a requirement for a connected fire alarm system throughout the building.
Is there a requirement to upsize the service line?
The service line has been stubbed out in the Midland Streetscape project to a 6-inch. We currently have a 1-inch for the. We'll have to upgrade for the sprinkler system, in addition to upgrading from 1-inch to 1 1/4 inch
Will
for
that have to
the
go-
water
Is
service.
that in your alley?
Yes,
Okay, and it's stubbed out?
correct.
I'm sorry, just so I understand, you're gonna park a residential unit with fire mitigation on top of a commercial without?
Isn't it-
That's because,
Correct, because there's the fire barrier between the two units by building code,
okay.
2-hour fire barrier.
So you'd have an alarm system that would notify the entire building if there was a fire in a commercial unit below without fire suppression.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a fire barrier that's keeping that fire for a certain amount of time from going upstairs. Okay.
Correct.
The assembly between the first floor and the second floor is required to be fire rated when it's residential.
Okay, and that's gonna be done.
Yes.
Then I'll
More
pass
cost.
muster with Thorn Fork Fire Rescue.
But that's only if they convert.
That's only if they convert, because in the commercial units, if you will, there's probably not a kitchen with a heating source. So that's one of the main triggers in a residential unit, besides a couple of other things that kick that requirement over. So if the unit next door stays commercial both ways and it doesn't have a kitchen in it, it's meeting the code for now.
So in theory, you could have a 2-story commercial unit right here, 660 square feet. And then right next door, you could have commercial residential. You could have a fire start here and shoot up because it doesn't have the barrier or the fire suppression system and spread across the wall.
No, 'cause you have,
They'll be fire rated.
you have a
The
2-hour
wall
fire
is
rating.
also fire
Correct.
rated.
Yeah.
Vertically,
It's
horizontal?
all the
Everything
individual
around the
units are all
residential.
surrounded by 2-hour fire rating. Yeah.
I mean, still
If I
not
could make
awesome
one
sounding, but better.
But that's the challenge of retrofitting an existing building.
Yeah.
And one other just quick comment on the lift piece and spreading of cost. If that does go in, that still benefits units that don't convert, such that if they did have somebody who wanted to go to a business on the second floor, they're still able to do that with that lift for those commercial units. So all of the units, whether they convert or not, will still benefit from that enhanced accessibility, which is happening by virtue of these residential units.
I mean, for me, I feel like that's kind of a big deal, and I would trigger that first without having to have half of the group, like, see who can be first to convert before that's triggered. It would make sense to put that service in place before anything else.
Now, they're all bearing the cost of it, though.
Understood?
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And I guess my question to that would be like, what if only 3 ever decide to convert? Then they have unnecessarily, by code, not because it's just the right thing, but like, undergone that
Then the top
cost.
floor is not ADA
this is
accessible
just-
still.
That's what I
And then
mean,
it wouldn't
like-
matter if there's a studio up there that you wanted to visit.
You know, there's an economy of scale here that's not working for me personally, and that's remodeling 3 out of 7 that are individually owned, and they're in 3 different places. And you're gonna go to all this expense and trouble to do the remodel and the fireproofing and the elevator and all that, and then go back and try and to convert, doing this one at a time over 10 years. I mean, it just sounds like a incredible challenge. And there is a commercially, we have a community serving zone district we had in the past that kind of addressed this issue, and I've been in a lot of these hearings, and this is probably one of the most interesting ones I've ever been in. Trying to take one of our 40-year-old buildings and renovate it, as opposed to knocking it down. But this is a tough one.
If I'm being honest, I would feel much better if it was like all 7 get converted, the elevator goes in place, and then there we go. But it's not that, and it's, and we're elevator with the 4th CO, the what is it? It just not 3 years, but
10.
5 maybe, but 10 would be best. It just feels like there's a lot, so I'm struggling with this one, and I can't.
I think it would be a different
Yeah, I think-
application if you came to us saying like, we are 7 homeowners in an HOA and we all want to do this unanimously and it's all going to happen with
And
economies of scale and
boom, done.
in a certain timeline. And I realize that that's not realistic. But it's a tough one. It's a tough one.
I think just, we're getting late, and, you know, the HOA's prerogative is to pursue this if they want, based on their covenants and whatnot, and they've chosen to do so. I would just like to see this not be a short-term rental, and then from there, we can kind of suss out whether the parking is gonna work and how that might work. I mean, like, the rest of it, but I don't live in that building. That's their prerogative. That's your prerogative. And I understand the rationale, so.
So I'll just add that
Yeah.
you guys are reviewing this under a special review procedure. As part of that, you gotta look at factors and review criteria related to potential impacts from this special review use. Some of those could be, you know, there's parking mitigation, which is what that's for, but, you know, the other things you've identified in this hearing, and you have the ability to approve this with conditions. One of them could be the condition that the residential components of the unit not be short-term rented. You know, whether the applicants would be accepting of that condition and decide to pursue this or not is for the applicants, but that's, you guys in your position as town council, I think would have that discretion under the code.
Regarding the 10-year or 5-year or 3-year extension of vested rights, I think we have building codes for a reason. They get updated for a reason. We want to have green buildings in Basalt. And 10 years to me certainly seems like far too much time. 5 years seems like a stretch as well. I know that doesn't necessarily mean it wouldn't be up to the building codes at that time, but that's something that's flagged in my mind.
And I think typically with vested rights, building codes are exempt from that. It's the other zoning and things like that. So vested rights don't lock you in with your building code because those are generally applicable through town. So that wouldn't be, that applies when you come in for the building permit.
Got it. Thank you.
I know we've done some 5 years for some other more complicated developments. Like we've always, at least since I've been on council, balked at 10 years. So I'd be good with 5 in this situation, given the circumstances.
I think if P&Z was fine with 5, and there's a precedent for 5, which I can't speak to, but I'm not opposed to 5.
I feel fine as long as it's helpful to clarify that building codes would still be up to scratch, so that would be fine with me as well.
All right. Does someone want to make a motion tonight?
Well, I feel like, and because it's late, I mean, I feel like as far as the discussion items, we didn't really get to all of them, or, you know, like we didn't talk about trash recycling compost, which I think is an important factor when you're looking at commercial, residential, mixed use like this. So
I didn't have anything for that one, but if somebody has anything for any of the other discussion items, I'd be happy to.
yeah, I use that as an example, but like, I mean, I don't know. Do we feel like we're?
We have a new.
What's our motion? Are we?
This is first reading, so we would be yeah.
So you
Going to
could
second
put it on
reading? Are we
first and
continuing
go
to
to
first
second.
reading? Are we?
Council's options would be,
Yeah.
yeah, to continue this on first reading, continue the first reading and public hearing to October 8th, and just continue your discussion on this initial review, if you're comfortable with kind of where it's at. Now you could make a motion to continue, or to approve it on first reading, continue and set the public hearing for October 8th with the additional conditions. At least it sounds like they kind of gathered around on no short-term rentals and 5-year vested rates period. But if you want to have more discussion before moving it on to second reading and conditions, you know, that's either way is possible.
I'm comfortable going to second reading based on the discussion we had, but we gotta figure out the parking mitigation. I think that's the.
And the STR condition.
Well,
That's-
we can
yeah,
put the
that's-
STR condition in this as a condition in our approval of first reading.
One thing to
And then-
keep in mind on the parking, if I may, is that we're gonna be enforcing parking, on the main street. So
Right.
storing, cars for any length of time, they're gonna need to move them with regularity.
Which is my concern, I guess.
What is your idea of like, what are we gonna address on the parking? They can't make
There's
any
not-
more
No, I
parking
know,
there.
that's what I mean, like,
They're not gonna
that's,
put a I mean, they could put a lift in, but that's not like.
Yeah.
It's
like-
not decided.
I guess my
Well, I
concern
know,
is
but
like, there's
that's
not a
it.
solution.
Yeah, I just.
That's why P and Z wanted to assign the spots to each unit, because it's a single owner, up or down.
Yeah, there's no.
And so if I am running a business in the commercial and then renting out my upper, I can decide that that's my spot and tell my tenant they don't have a parking spot.
They get
Right.
recycled. It's right outside.
A bonus.
Right in there, right in there.
It might
right in
not
there,
work out well for
dedicated
you, but
open
yeah.
space.
Well, no, exactly. The alternative is to give my assigned spot to my tenant.
And have people park on the street for business.
It's
I don't-
really hard in the downtown district, and I just, for all that it's worth, there are a lot of businesses that don't have designated parking lots on Midland. So, I'm not saying that you want to, I'm not trying to weigh in whether this adds or not, but it's just kind of the status of being in a historic core.
I'm fine with the parking and reducing the short-term rentals, and I'm gonna make a motion, because we're gonna keep going in circles. Mayor, move the town council approve ordinance number 18, series of 2024 on first reading with an amendment of restricting short-term rentals for any of the converted office space, and set the public hearing and second reading to October 8th, 2024.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Yeah, we can do discussion.
Is
on the
there,
motion.
are you comfortable with October 8th, given we've already continued a couple others? I mean,
We can always continue it later. We can always, flow control it later if we need to.
The way, yeah, it's better for public noticing if we can keep
Yeah.
it in the intervals.
the other,
hope the second time around on all of these won't be as long as the first.
Right.
yeah, maybe.
It's the
But
intention.
they're still only first readings.
Seven more new applicants, no.
So we have a second read, we're continuing the,
There'll be a
Just the
second
technical
reading on
risk.
October 8th for the 3 land use issues we
Yeah.
have tonight.
That we
Right.
adjust tonight, yeah.
But
We got Groundhog Day then.
no, we continued the first, well, never mind.
Yeah, that'll-
The other, just quickly, 5-year vested right. There should be a trigger for the opportunity to extend that right if in fact a majority of your owners pull a permit or you do the fire process, you do something as an improvement to the building so that we can see some continuity in your evolution here. Otherwise, could be back in here 5 years from now and there's been no progress made and we're revisiting the same issue. So I think there needs to be something in that 5-year continuance that demonstrates that you got consensus on the HOA and you're working through it, it's funded. I don't know how it's gonna work when you package up 7 different people, the bank, but I think there's gotta be some activity demonstrated or we'll start over.
I mean, there's, as we've seen a recent application on it, the process for the applicant to request an extension of vested rights period. They could come in file an application before the vested right period expires to seek an extension. It'd be up to town council at that time whether to extend it or not.
Yeah, there's things
I'm
they could do.
comfortable.
Right now,
That
it's
was-
drafted.
That was a 1-year or 2-year one though, that wasn't
Mhm.
an additional 5.
well, it was originally 3, and then they
Right,
came
then
in
for
for
another
for
2-1.
1-year extension.
This is drafted with 5 years.
That'd be up to a subsequent council, whoever's here, to decide
Fine,
what.
but let's not pin it on a subsequent council.
Well, I mean, I always say 1 year.
Are you asking for a longer vested?
No,
rights
I'm
period?
at, 5 years is fine, but let's see some movement.
You want a condition on, the conditions is the
There should
ordinance
be
itself,
some,
right?
a trigger. Well, the ordinance itself has the conditions of approval we just read up there.
parking and so on. One is, the project moves at some timeline. There's a couple building permits, the lift is installed, there has to be some commitment towards the improvements
Well, then,
to get an extension for
I
another
think
5
you want to
years.
lower, what you're talking about is having lower vested rights, because the vested rights allow you that full time to work toward
What's the difference?
work towards the improvements.
So you're saying a 3-year vested right would give
If
them
you wanna
more
see it
incentive to go forward?
No, I would just speak to what you're getting at. I think that you want to see more action sooner.
So you could do something like there could be an initial vested rights period. If a building permit is pulled within that initial period, there'd be an automatic extension for some additional period. If the permit's pulled, there would be an automatic.
No, it would just be, if
He
that
just wants
hadn't
to see it
advanced.
moving, but it's up to these guys to move it when they want or when they can. We can't force them to move it. I mean, they obviously showing they want to move it because they got 6 out of 7 to do it. So like, I get what you're asking, but I don't think we could. I think the 5 years gives them plenty of window, and if it doesn't get done, then the next council has to figure out what to do, and there could be a totally different issue going on. And then someone buys out the building and demos it. I don't know. I mean, the whole thing's.
Well, it's just a friendly amendment. If nobody accepts that, then the motion's on the floor.
I think there'll be movement on it.
Yeah, I think they've invested considerable, and just looking at Garfield and Hecht attorney and architect, and there's a lot of money sunk into this already. So I see movement.
So we got a motion on the floor. Any other questions, comments on the motion? Otherwise,
And 5 years wasn't the thing, right?
5 years is
Yeah.
what's drafted.
so if there's no other questions, Pam, would you please call the roll?
Yes, absolutely. Let's begin with Angel Dupré-Bouchard,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Peter Schindler,
No.
Hannah Berman,
Yes.
Angela Anderson,
No.
Rick Stevens.
No.
Motion carries 4-3.
All right. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We haven't had a split like that. I like it.
Oh, give me 2.
You
can't.
put it on the shoulders of the next protesters.
Did I take 2? Oh,
No,
no.
you only get
I mean,
one.
but that's the way,
Sorry,
that's the way
Rick,
it
I just
works.
didn't, I thought we were gonna make it even more convoluted.
I know, I can tell you wanted to. You can next time. That is true. There's always a second reading.
All right. Sorry. Okay. Hopefully the next 2 will be easier. Item 7F.
Oh, we already did this.
Public hearing and second reading ordinance number 16, series of 2024, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving a purchase and sale agreement for Midland Residences condominiums and authorizing the purchase of 6 deed restricted units. Brian and Jeff.
Great, I'll do a quick introduction on this one. As you know, the Basalt Center project was approved for 65 residential units. It had 17 of those units category restricted. The approval ordinance created a right of first purchase for the town on those 17 category units. Priority over all other potential purchasers of those units. The developer presented that offer, or presented us with the opportunity to exercise that right of first purchase, and the ordinance in front of you tonight is to move forward with purchasing 6 of those units. There'd be, as Category 1 units, 2 studios, 2 one-bedrooms, and 1 two-bedroom, and as a Category 3 unit, there's a 1 one-bedroom unit, so 6 units. The total purchase price for all 6 of those units is
$380.
Under the charter, council has to approve purchases of real property pursuant to an ordinance, so that's why this is here in front of you tonight. Ryan, if you wanted to talk about funding plan for the purchase of these units.
Yep.
That mostly covers it. I guess I'll add one other thing. This ordinance does approve a purchase and sale agreement. We've worked through some of the terms of that agreement with the developer, and I'm comfortable with the form of it. There would be an initial earnest money deposit shortly after the execution of the agreement, and then a further earnest money deposit after meeting a construction goalpost later on in the process. There's requirements for timely, substantial completion of the project within 30 months of pulling the building permit, and that's a trigger factor in the purchase and sale agreement. And yeah, I think that mostly covers the purchase piece, but we're going to talk about how to fund that purchase.
So it's a little cruel to make me go through a spreadsheet at this time of night. But Rick, you had asked just to have a review of this. You guys had seen it just briefly in our executive session, but just to touch on it again, you know, I think the good news here is that we are in a position to be able to fund the purchase of these units. As Jeff said, the total purchase price for the 6 units is $2,380,000. So what funding sources do we have? The current funding sources that we're anticipating here equate to $1,678,000. Those are a combination of different sources that come largely from real estate transfer assessments. So several of our developments that we've approved in the recent past have real estate transfer assessments whereby every time a unit sells, a piece of that goes into a coffer that's restricted for affordable housing in some circumstances. So the Basalt River Park is one of those, and we have about $738,000 in that RETA. We are anticipating, another sale there in the next year. There's some of those on the market, so we're approximating another $40,000. The Roaring Fork Club RETA, we have a balance in there of $340,000. We do like keeping some powder dry in these more flexible accounts. We use that for infrastructure reinvestment and things in the downtown, but we're proposing using about $250,000 of that for purchase of these units. Park Modern is another one, and we have some of that allocated for affordable housing, so assuming about $187,000. And then Basalt Center Circle itself, which we believe through the sales, the pre-sales that the developer's actively pursuing, will have about $462,000. So that's where that total of $1.6 million comes from. So that leaves a balance of about $700,000. And what we're proposing is to basically issue certificates of participation for that. That's a mechanism that allows us to essentially do a rent-to-own kind of scenario. And we can pay that off over 20 years at about 4% money. And it's about $613 per 100,000. So, $4,200 a month or so during that time period. And we believe, just as far as being able to cover our nut on that with, rental income, we can do that. So that basically outlines where we are. We feel like it's a responsible buy, and we're in the position to take it on.
So this is a public hearing, so I will open up the public hearing. I don't see anybody that's going to comment necessarily, but, and nobody online. So I'm going to close the public hearing. All right, questions, comments at this point?
Mayor, I approve the town council adopt ordinance number 17, series of 2024 on second reading. Oh, no, sorry, Mayor, I move the town council adopt ordinance number 16, series of 2024 on second reading, sorry.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with Ryan Slack,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
Hannah Berman,
Yes.
Angela Anderson, Rick Stevens, Angèle Dupré-Bouchard.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
All right. Next up, item 7G, public hearing and second reading, ordinance number 17, series of 2024, ordinance to the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving a sublease agreement with Blue Lake Preschool for the Stotts Mill Daycare Space, Lot 37, Stotts Mill, PUD, Basalt, Colorado. And Michelle?
All right. So this is the second reading of ordinance number 17, approving a sublease agreement with the Blue Lake Preschool for the Stotts Mill childcare space. The highlights are that we started this process in 2023. Construction is complete and kids are there. Blue Lake is operating. It's very exciting. First reading of this ordinance occurred on September 10th. Staff recommends council open the public hearing and, if comfortable, adopt ordinance number 17 of 2024.
So this is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. I'm going to close the public hearing. And
Just one quick question on, my thing's dead and I forgot when I read it, but how long is the lease for?
The lease is for, the sublease is for 5 years. 5 years?
With an automatic renew or
Effectively, all of our obligations under the prime lease are passed on to the tenant and sublease.
In case they go out of business, not because.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, just like in general for opportunities for other childcare facilities, these guys did so much groundwork, I was just wondering how long it was.
Do we know, just out of curiosity, kids are there, are they at capacity, are they?
I don't have an update on that.
I'm pretty sure they're at capacity.
They're at
'cause
capacity.
I was talking to someone looking for childcare the other day.
But not capacity for the facility. I thought they were rolling into it based on the number of teachers that they had.
Yeah. I don't know the numbers right now.
They're at capacity given the staff that
For
they
what they have, yeah.
Okay.
That was my understanding.
I want to say great job, heavy lift. That was super cool to see the pictures come out. It was really, really great.
Well, and that kind of goes to my question of like, are they at capacity? I mean, like, we just finished it, they just opened, and they're full of kids. So, I mean, clearly, it was a need that has been met, so well done.
Thank you, Picken County.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I mean, they really
Yeah.
lift on that. So.
Yep.
Mayor, I move that the town council adopt ordinance number 17, series of 2024 on second reading.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
All right, let's begin with David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
Hannah Berman,
Yes.
Angela Anderson,
Yes.
Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Angèle Dupré-Bouchard,
Yes.
and Ryan Slack.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for,
Should get a plaque.
That is a meeting worthy of applause.
yeah. We'll see you next time.
My ride's
We
family.
just, we booted it. I know.
Are we?
Yes.
We're done. You can leave.
Worse is that then I go home.